Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding, and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center, in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for February 4th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gorick, and each and every one of the participants and panelists and attendees in this sessions. We all have microphones, and we encourage you to interact in the dimension of physicality, or you may prefer that silent line of communication as well, because I don't think the souls physically talk to each other, but they do interact on this plasma level. So what's next? As Mr. Keshe said in this workshop, where are we going from here? And of course, he's outlined many, many things, especially this new system that they're monitoring the soul, the new system that has the fish in it in a way that apparently has already changed its understanding or interacted with the energies of the new system where it's not even using its physicality to move around the tank anymore. This is all being recorded, and I know he said hopefully they'll show us the recorded part of the transmutation. One of the amazing things is they're trying to find out if this fish, this test fish in a way, is going to need food. Will it still participate in this process of killing and destroying and taking other energies to sustain its own? And of course, that applies to us, which we do all the time, and every other creature on this planet. But this is, I think, where Mr. Keshe is moving us. And of course, this game of transmutation has changed now. It's all about the emotions of you interacting with the emotions of the universe. And of course, we're moving into a bigger knowledge. New dimensions are opening up for all of us as we continue to understand the fields of the universe and how we interact with them. Interact even with fields that don't have any life, he said. We still have to respect them. We're learning more about our own creation. New systems, again, without dimension of physicality. And I think this is where we're moving. Observing new souls creation. Apparently they have the ability to create souls now, as I said, observing the fish. And how do we handle these? Not using our physicality. But of course, it's still your privilege to remain ignorant if you choose to. And you can experience this in the monthly sessions, and you can also experience it in these programs that are going around the globe. The next stop will be the city of Sanya, I believe, in China, and many are preparing, especially in the Chinese community, to come. But we're gonna cover much of this. But the technology is, the rocket technology is in the plasma. But there's much, much more, I think, that still has to be explained, and understanding more, again, about ourselves, our energies, and our interactions. But it does seem to be moving in that dimension of feelings, emotions, connections. And do we really need this dimension of physicality? So I think this is a new way, and this is what's next in the teaching of the Keshe Foundations. And many other things, I'm sure, are going on in the background that haven't even been revealed to us. We're going to cover a little bit more about the holy books and perhaps solidify your faith in them. So we will open that up a little bit more. That's sort of a joke in a way. But maybe we need to, as Baha'u'llah said, test everything. We don't just want to take things for granted, because apparently Mr. Keshe is saying, read the history books before you read the holy books. And of course, I've never done that. We think the books are quite accurate. And of course, they wouldn't portray anything inaccurate, because these are holy books. How could they? But I think he's asking us to question everything. So we're going to go right into it. But as usual, we'll start out with the World Peace Treaty. And this is a very interesting document. You don't have to sign it with the pen. You can just sign it with the pen of your soul, wishing for peace. It's the soul of the collective awareness. We know by giving, we'll create a position of change. And of course, that's only one step to get to the next step of understanding and joining the universal community. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. It's a simple process by putting your name, your signature, your date, position, and again, on behalf of the nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, or individual. Have it witnessed, and after displaying this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we all know, the Keshe Foundation is delivering a new science, a new ethos, and a new language. And he spoke about this new language, which we'll get into part of it today. We're going to have to start developing, in a way, a vocabulary for men who are in the physicality to understand what this transmutation emotion feels like, what this arrival feels like, and many, many other emotions that we sort of haven't cataloged in a way. We don't know them yet, some of them. I know Dr. Gatwa has done much work in the language of Gikuyu in Kenya, where much of this plasma technology, in that language, there are no words for it. So he's developed 20, 30, or 40 new words. And I'm sure Mr. Keshe, he said, I believe he's going to set up a chat for this sort of exploration into new words describing emotions that others can start to process this within themselves and perhaps make it easier for them to achieve the transportation process. So you'll all be invited, I think, or maybe it's just the participants in the monthly sessions that will be there. I think he'll be opening it up, but this is part of the new language that's being delivered. I always wondered, I thought it was the GANs and the nano. Of course, nano's not something new, but you know, some of the words magrev and other things, but it seems more importantly to develop the new words to sort of help people in the physicality understand what they're looking for, and maybe the transportation will become quite easy for them. This peace treaty you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. This is one of the things I do, is hand it out and discuss world peace and ask people to wish for peace, as we're all huge field generators, but we're just starting to learn this more and more, that we do contain very powerful energies if we can tap into them and use them in the proper way. So you can print it out, you can hand it out. Again, it's between you and your soul. And much of this, as he said, is about yourself, understanding yourself, the interactions of your energies with other energies. I think this is where we're going, but the peace treaty is a very simple way. And of course, I think most people are probably ready to sign the World Peace Treaty, maybe not at the top levels, maybe some of them already have, but many people at the street level, let's say, the common man, is so fed up with war. Even our ancestors, as we know, in this planet in the last 3,000 years, there's been 5,000 wars. So I think this is a very appropriate document. It's very simple, and this is the document that the world leaders, religious leaders, and the rest will sign. Again, it doesn't have to be a physical signature. It's just could be signed with the pen of your soul. When you go out into the universal community, we're pretty sure you won't see anything written. So again, this is about going back inside yourself, finding peace within yourself, finding peace with other beings on this planet, and then, of course, finding peace in the universe with the universal community. And then we can grow and explore and expand and bring all sorts of knowledges and understandings and new emotions back to this planet and have a beautiful experience with the creation in the universe, and perhaps even bring the physicality and manifest it in another time, place, and location. But it'll completely be up to you. But we have to understand it first, and that's what all these teachings are about. I thought we'd go into the holy books, but before we do that, I think we'll continue reading some of our partners' proposals, which is the Global Community of Shared Futures, which is a white paper put out by China, who's been working with the Keshe Foundation in the background. They haven't announced it, and I'm sure they'll announce it at the perfect time. Again, we think it should have been announced yesterday or maybe tomorrow, but we have a way of working on timing, that the timing must be correct. So they're exploring this technology. They're amazed by this technology. They're shocked by this technology. And we're waiting for our partners to announce this technology. And again, it'll be in due time according to their wishes and their understanding. And I'm sure it's in cooperation and collaboration with the Keshe Foundation. But I know Mr. Keshe said we're leaving it up to our partners to actually announce it. So they're exploring it, they're examining it, they're testing it, and they're proving the technology, not to come with egg on their face or maybe even egg foo young on their face, that they announce it and then cannot deliver. So this is a very nice way we're proceeding with one of the most powerful governments, or maybe it's one of the most humble governments on this planet. But we'll see in the next weeks and months announcements coming out of China, coming out of Tehran, which will be the next conference, and we'll get into that. The show that the foundation is, in a way, taking on the road, perhaps in Tokyo. Washington was also mentioned. Bahamas is another place. So you can plan ahead and come to perhaps some of these meetings. But let's go back to what's being put on the table at this point by the Chinese government leaders there. And again, I'm sure they're not all in agreement with this, but if they're not moving in this direction, I think if they're trying to block it, create stumbling blocks, they will be removed. China doesn't seem to play the game as we do in the West with certain individuals, scientists, politicians, and the rest. I know Mr. Keshe said that they've gone on President Xi has gone on an anti-corruption campaign over the last maybe 10 or more years and has rooted out some of the corruption within the nation, again, from the street sweeper up to the highest levels of government. Apparently it was, and this is why things can't really move forward when you have all this problems within the country. And I'm not saying China is the only one. Obviously, we have bigger issues to deal with. But I like this proposal of working together, collaborating together. And again, it's going to take all of us, and more than all of us on this planet, to continue to unravel this knowledge. We think we've got it, but as Mr. Keshe said, we missed on the magravs and we missed on the plasma. But as we see with the fish, you don't have to understand it. Or we use the example of the cell phone. You don't have to understand every connection and every chip and so on and so forth, and build the cell phone yourself to use it. All you have to do is press a button. And this is what's happening within the Keshe Foundation as well. He may not tell us how it's done. He's showing us how it's done, and you're all welcome to participate in this process of exploring your inner dimensions and outer dimensions, as well as developing the system. So would anybody like to read this document? It may be a little bit small on your screen, but we're going to take 5 or 15 minutes, perhaps somewhere in there, and continue to read about cooperation, collaboration, and just working together to go out into space, not so much in the matter state, but in the dimension of energy, and bring beautiful systems developed on this planet, again, for feeding, for energy production, for agricultural enhancement, and of course, wellness. We're learning so much within the Keshe Foundation, but we're still all, in a way, infants in this knowledge. This knowledge is quite deep, probably the deepest knowledge we've ever come across. And we're just beginning to open it up for everyone. So we will read this white paper, and hopefully we'll put the link in the chat if someone can do that. But we've been reading it over the last number of weeks, and we'll continue to read it. And this is sort of diametrically opposed to the West and their sort of policies. I know China, as I've mentioned previously, has invited the West to join in these potential developments, win-win cooperation, common development. In a way, similar to what Franklin Roosevelt did after the Great Depression in this country, where he created many work programs that not only built infrastructure within the country, but provided jobs and incomes to millions of people. And of course, China has brought hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, and they're extending it into this organization known as the BRICS. Again, a lot of this is matter state development, but it elevates the life of many people in many different countries. And that's why we're seeing a clamoring of countries to join up into the BRICS. And I encourage the West, as I've done for a number of years, to move in this direction and move away from the war and destruction. As Mr. Keshe said in the Torah, it says the God loves a kebab. And it tells you the precise way he loves the smell of the kebab. And it tells you a precise way to prepare it. But as we've heard in this recent workshop, that kebab represents killing and destruction. China is committed to win-win cooperation and common development. As the largest developing country in the world and a member of the Global South, China has made every effort to aid other developing countries and help recipient countries expand their capacity for development. China is actively engaged in international exchanges and cooperation. It has cooperated with almost 20 international organizations, including the UN World Food Program, the UN Development Program, the UN Children's Fund, the UN Refugee Agency, the World Health Organization, and the International Committee of the Red Cross, and executed over 130 projects in nearly 60 countries, including Ethiopia, Pakistan, and Nigeria. Small but beautiful. These projects span fields such as poverty reduction, food security, COVID-19 response, and climate change, and have benefited more than 30 million individuals. China worked actively for the adoption of and has comprehensively acted on the debt service suspension initiative of the Group of 20, G20, contributing more than any other G20 member to its implementation. China has signed agreements or reached understandings on the suspension of debt repayments with 19 African countries, helping Africa alleviate debt pressure. China is committed to building an open world economy It has become the main trading partner of more than 140 countries and regions, and signed 21 free trade agreements with 28 countries and regions. It has worked for high-quality implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, actively working to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, and expanded its global-orientated network of high-standard free trade areas. It has also promoted the internationalization of the RMB and reinforced financial standards and its level of internationalization, thereby converging its interests closer with other countries. Through the Global Security Initiative, China seeks to work with international community in upholding the spirit of the UN Charter and calls for adopting to the profound changes in the international landscape through solidarity, addressing traditional and non-traditional security risks and challenges with a win-win mindset, and creating a new path to security that features dialogue over confrontation, partnership over alliance, and win-win results over zero-sum game. Now let's just see. 6 proposals of the Global Development Initiative. What a beautiful alternative to war and destruction, prosperity and development, and elevation of the nations. That was just my own side comment. Panel 5, 6 proposals of global development initiatives. Staying committed to development as its first priority, putting development front and center in the global macro policy framework, boosting consistency and sustainability, fostering global development partnerships, featuring greater equality and balance, coordinating multilateral development cooperation to generate synergy, and accelerating the implementation of the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Staying committed to a people-centered approach, ensuring and improving people's well-being, and protecting and promoting human rights through development, ensuring that development is for the people and by the people, and that its fruits are shared by the people, ensuring a stronger sense of fulfillment, happiness, and security for the people, and pursuing the people's well-rounded development. Staying committed to inclusiveness and benefits for all. Addressing the special needs of the developing countries, supporting developing countries, especially vulnerable countries facing exceptional difficulties, by means such as debt suspension and development aid, and addressing imbalanced and inadequate development among and within countries. Staying committed to innovation-driven development, seizing the historic opportunities created by the latest round of revolution in science and technology and industrial transformation, speeding up efforts to harness scientific and technological achievements to boost productivity, creating an open, fair, equitable, and non-discriminatory environment for scientific and technological advances, unleashing new impetus for post-pandemic economic growth, and joining hands to achieve leapfrog development. Staying committed to harmony between humanity and nature, improving global environmental governance, actively responding to climate change, building a community of life for humanity and nature, accelerating the transition to green and low carbon development, and achieving green recovery and development. staying committed to results-oriented actions, increasing the input of development resources, prioritizing cooperation in areas such as poverty reduction, food security, pandemic response, and vaccines, financing for development, climate change and green development, industrialization, the digital economy, and connectivity, and building a global community of development. Let's just see if we'll continue this. Maybe we'll just read this next paragraph. In February 2023, China officially released the Global Security Initiative concept paper. The document further elaborates the core concepts and principles of the initiative, elucidates its key avenues for cooperation, and presents recommendations and ideas concerning its cooperation platforms and mechanisms. This has demonstrated China's awareness of its duty to maintain world peace and its firm determination to safeguard global security. As an international public good, the Global Security Initiative serves the interests of and maintains peace for people throughout the world. I think we'll stop there. Would anyone like to make any comments? And I know Sanya is one of these, or the Henan Island is one of these places where scientists that are there actually are going a step further in a way in developing some of these more advanced technologies. I think perhaps some of these technologies of the Keshe Foundation will actually be worked on in this island. And it seems like they have licenses and other things to, again, explore diseases and vaccines, but also other avenues. And they're looking forward to new sciences and new technologies and moving out of the old paradigm. So this is what we're seeing. And I think they've chose a great partner within the Keshe Foundation with Mr. Keshe, in a way, guiding them and showing them, maybe not releasing everything to them, but certainly bringing them a century ahead. And of course, it will be their responsibility, as all countries that have this knowledge will be, to share it with the others, that no country becomes the center of technology, but that all countries and all peoples will have access to it. So this is a beautiful paper. Again, we encourage the Western countries to move away from destruction and war. We seem to hear this so often. And I know China also has to defend itself against certain aggressions that are happening now, and we'll be quite close to that in the Henan Island, which is not that far from Taiwan. If you look at the map, you'll see that, and you're all invited there. So this will be delivered and this will be shown in the very, very near future, as I understand it. Would anyone like to comment on peace, prosperity, and development versus war, destruction, and killing? They've seemed to make quite a distinctive delineation between the two. And we're hoping the Western countries of the United States, France, Germany, England, Canada, Australia, and the rest Italy, would move in this direction. It can be a beautiful world. Again, the land of honey and milk, or is it the land of milk and honey? Either way, it will be beautiful as we move in this development, and with the supporting factor of the Keshe Foundation technology, which is more advanced than any of the technology we've seen employed on this planet so far to date. Again, this is space technology, feeding yourself without eating, drawing on fields of the universe to produce energy rather than the resources of this planet. Wellness, again, in a totally different understanding of where imbalances in the body come from. So we're moving in this direction gradually, slowly, step by step. We're all being brought into this process. And as I said in the beginning, if you still want to remain ignorant, it's your privilege. And I guess that would apply to the individual or nations. If you want to keep your nation backwards, obviously you won't move into this direction. But if you want to elevate your nation and your citizens, this is the cooperation and collaboration policies being put forth by China, as well as the Keshe Foundation. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to that. I know we've been asking about Diane. And of course, Diane did have a stroke in the recent period, and we've all been giving our energies and supporting her. The hospital is amazed at the progress, although she's not able to speak at the moment. And we know this happens with many strokes. Sometimes you could have a palsy, but many times these conditions within a few months, or you can't use an arm or a leg. These things, somehow the body has a way of processing them and they come back. So I would ask Ray, who's here as Melissa, not that he's a cross-dresser or anything like that, but he may want to give us an update on Diane's progress. And it's not a miracle that it's happening. We're actually adding our energies to increase her wellness, and we're not taking all the credit. I'm sure she's a real fighter, as I understand it, and she wants to be out of the hospital. She wants to be better. She wants to come back and join us, but it's going to take some work, as Ray was saying. And Ray, if you'd like to share, I think it would be a beautiful testimony for the others to hear, as we've all been praying and elevating Diane and the family around Diane that's supporting her.
Yeah, I'm not much of a public speaker, but
I'm not either. So just take your time. It'll come naturally, and just speak from your heart and your soul and deliver whatever you'd like to. It'll be an enhancement for the others, I'm sure. Thank you, Ray.
All right. Diane can speak. She just has a little bit of trouble getting words out. So she's doing remarkably well. They wrote her off day 3, took her off life support, gave us all the information that it will let her go. If she dies, it'll be a natural death.
Ray, you said the hospital wrote her off on day 3?
Yeah, she was in pretty bad shape, and she's walking, she's standing, she's got strength back in her arm, her face came back, everything. She's so stubborn that she wants to come home, and we know she'll do much better from home, but she has another week or 2 at least before we can help her at home. There's 4 of us total that can help her right here at home, and we want her home because she can do so much better. She told me a few months ago, I don't want to die yet. And she wasn't in bad shape. She just said, I'm not ready to die. I got so much to accomplish, meaning Keshe Foundation. She spends 10 hours a day, every day, listening to it. I listen Sunday, Tuesday, occasionally Tuesday night, I tune in to Rick. Thursday, Knowledge Seekers. We both listen to it at our own homes, and what you guys have done to help, it's there. I can feel it myself. Mark, Alex, Rick, Marie, Jalal, all of you, Randy, Ed, we record anything that she can't hear, we can pick up, we can record it, take it to her, or download it. I'm not too up on all this technology, but it's the support of Mr. Keshe, especially, like, without him, none of us would be here. So I want to thank everybody and just keep doing what you're doing. Tell her to be a little more patient with the hospital because she fights. I can't even go in. She sees me, she stands up, she wants to come home because I'm the driver. So she knows.
Wow,
it,
that's
it's
amazing.
it's good to see. It's everybody is shocked. All of us how fast she's come back, but she's got to do a little bit of physio at the hospital, and then the rest we'll do from home, and we'll try to keep her there as long as she will stay. But uh,
Is she
little
able to eat meals yet, Ray?
yeah, no, they serve her, they put it in front, the tray in front of her, she sits there, and it's mostly soft foods that she's eating. They about week in middle of week 2, they were, watching her swallow everything, making sure she could swallow properly. But yeah, she just ripped off her IV and all that stuff that she wanted to come home. They had to tie her down to the bed.
Oh dear.
Uh, it's a good thing in
Oh
a
my
way.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow, she
But
sounds powerful.
oh, very determined woman. and independent. She likes to do things herself.
And we thank the hospital for all the care and that they've given her, even though I think this could be maybe it's to show some of the hospital doctors and nurses and staff. I'm sure they're talking about it and wondering how this is all happening because their diagnosis was totally 180 degrees from what's happening. And
I'm
so
sure they
go
they
ahead.
are. They are. They're scratching their head.
And I hope we find her perhaps a slot in the Ubiso's system as she comes home, and we can find a way to get her into the system and finish or speed up the total recovery. This is a beautiful testimonial, right?
Well, that's exactly what she wants. She wants she keeps looking at what we can afford to get her into. We've got all the headsets, everything for any of the uh, uh,
Yeah,
we couldn't afford to go to Lynn's, but there's a lot cheaper ways now to get in on this. So I know we're progressing fast, so that's a good thing, and we'll get her in as quick as we can.
well, I know there's a number of Ubiso's units around, I think, in your area and in the United States. And I'd certainly be willing, and maybe others would be willing to contribute to this process. So no problem at all. But her soul seems to be doing quite a fine job at this point. Yes.
Yeah, we're pretty close in to Rick. Like Rick's on Vancouver
Mhm.
Island. We're in the Okanagan Valley, so in proximity to Rick is the closest. Randy's in Alberta, so
Excellent. I just want to read what I just put into the chat for you, Ray. I give from my soul to the soul of Diane to take what she needs to recover and come and join us here at the Keshe Foundation. Thank you, Ike.
Thank you, thank you. She has a pain pad that the neck brace one. We're having a hard time finding it. She really wants one. I don't know how to get the money to the Keshe Foundation to purchase another one. I'd like to get one for her, and I know she has a real difficulty getting the money to purchase anything. We bought the pain pens and quite a few things, but to get it through is quite a process. Hopefully this week she can show me on the laptop. If we can take it there, she can probably show me how to order things. So
Excellent.
we're sort of at a loss right now to try and do any of that kind of stuff, but
We'll network with your family, with Diane,
excellent.
and
That's
provide
what we
what's
want.
needed. Yes.
Perfect. We know what's going on here is definitely helping her. It's a good influence. So I encourage everybody to keep doing what they're doing and help her come home as soon as possible.
We all agree. And we all
Thanks,
pray
Mark.
for her. Thank you, Ray, for sharing that beautiful testimony. I'm sure we'll bring this into the testimonials meeting, which is, of course, the next Monday coming up, I believe. So we'll bring your testimony and share it with the world.
Right on. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone want to make any comments about these energies within ourselves that can do quite some fantastic things, not only reaching ourselves for wellness, but perhaps reaching others if they would like it. And it certainly sounds like Diane wants it. Claudia has put in the praying hands and a couple of stars and things. Anyone would like to say anything about what's happening here? We thank you all for contributing at the soul level, and this is the way we create certain things with our energies, and they appear and manifest in the matter state. This is how we're creating the dome of peace and bringing peace to this planet, not only through our energies, but also through the physicality by releasing the GANS waters. So it's all having a profound effect, and we'll see if we can coordinate that, perhaps through some of the other knowledge seekers. As you said, there are a number of them in your area, and I think Mr. Keshe is well aware of the situation. I forwarded one of the statements from, I think it was Melissa, and I forwarded that to Mr. Keshe. So he's been briefed on it in a way. And he can probably feel it directly through his soul. So we thank everyone who's contributed to this process. I didn't pick a video today to show China's development, but there's some very exciting things going on. Let's just go back here. And of course, we will cover in the store the transmutation preparation sessions, which will continue through June, and there may be some other sessions following June. I know Mr. Keshe said by the end of this year, we should all have a very good understanding or improve in this process of our understanding of how to do many of these things that we only saw in the movies or we only imagined could be possible. As we understand, we're bringing out the energies within ourselves, which is that small pepper that we look at as so small, but you bite it, you'll find out how hot it is. And he equated that with the work of the soul. How much power is in that little tiny sun that's been shrunken down to maybe 2, 3, 4 microns, that sits within the head of all of us and is really the controller of us, even though we think the physicality is the one running the show. So we want to thank all the souls for providing the energy and the wellness to Diane. As Mr. Keshe said, you are that system. You are the Ubisos. You are that Magrev. And we're learning this slowly, gradually, step by step. We're moving into this process. And it's, again, we're more or less tools in a way to give and take and exchange energies that the others do better. It doesn't matter how well we do. It's more important how well they do. So thank you, Ray, again. And we send our love and best wishes to Diane that she rejoins us, and I'm sure she will. I think you said maybe another 7 days, maybe another 14 days. But again, I think this is quite an effect on the hospital staff who is ready to take her off life support within a few days of her appearance there. So thank you again. And thank everyone who's contributed to this process. So we have these transmutation preparation sessions coming up. Again, it's €300 plus taxes. You can join this. And again, it's about exploring yourself. And with the new system, as we'll hear in some of the clips I'm going to play today, this is just an amazing, amazing system. They're monitoring the soul of this system in a number of different ways. He hasn't elaborated on that, but he said there's tens of ways they're monitoring the soul that's been created within this new system. And these systems, he said, will be used this February. I think he said that they just turned it on, even though it's been built for a while. He shared the knowledge with some of the knowledge seekers who were able to build it. So man has actually built the system, as Mr. Keshe transferred or shared the knowledge of how to do it. It's almost the same with Giovanni, as Mr. Keshe shared knowledge with him about rebuilding the brain of Naomi, which has never been done before on this planet. A brain that was scrambled has never been put back together in such a fashion. And we see the pictures. There's still more work to do, as I understand it, but it's just an amazing process. And again, I made the man in the image of myself. You are the creator in a different size, a different portion, and a different strength, but you are part of the creator. And so we can do the work of the creator. And normally, as he said, that emotion of the creator is just pure giving. So we thank you all, and we invite you to join in these transmutation preparation sessions. And this is part of the ongoing development of ourselves, and of course, the systems that we just played at the beginning of this session. Also, of course, also, of course, is what they're calling the third Plasma Space Traveler Seminar, which again is what we mentioned in China. This is following the first Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in Manchester, England, UK, and the second Plasma Space Traveler Seminar in London, UK. So let's just I don't know if there's any more. The ticket will be €1,500 plus value added tax. And of course, that will just cover the participation in the conference. You'll have to cover your own meals and the rest of it. And of course, your own travel to arrive there. And again, as we heard from one knowledge seeker, maybe as we become more uncomfortable with traveling by the wings in the tube, we will be more anxious to, in a way, to transmute into some of these sessions. And Mr. Keshe said it's very possible we may see this in Tehran, or we may see this in other places where knowledge seekers just appear. But I know it has to be coordinated with the governments. We're just not going to go and not have a agent from the government there to check people in, even though they didn't fly on an airplane. So again, they may pass out when they see you arrive, but it'll be a great process and the start of something that all of us can do. So this is conference. Ticket will cover participation to the 4 days of conference, plus accommodation in a 5-star hotel in a shared room, 2 individual beds per room, with check-in on the 15th of March and check-out on the 20th of March. Breakfast is included. So if you're not eating a lot, you may just have that 1 meal a day. But of course, Sanya is an island, and I'm sure there's much seafood there and other things to enjoy. The rooms will be randomly assigned unless you specify preferences for the roommate in advance. There is the possibility to book with us additional nights before and after the conference. As Mr. Keshe said, if you're traveling that far from the west, most likely, you should enjoy and see not only the city, but the beautiful island that's there and the beaches as well. If you will be placed with a roommate, the value is €75 plus value-added tax per night, per extra night per person. And in case you will not have a roommate available in that period selected, or you wish to be alone in the room, then the value is €150 plus value-added tax per extra night per person. And of course, there's ways to book this. If you wish to book alone in the room, the single add-on for the 5-night during the conference is available for €375 plus value-added tax. So again, you can join in the China seminar, or you can plan ahead to perhaps go to Tehran. I think the next one after Tehran may be Washington, but again, it may be Tokyo. And then we're talking about Florida. We're also talking the Bahamas. So things are, in a way, up in the air right now on the schedule, but we know, I'm sure, not within the Keshe Foundation. Mr. Keshe has had it laid out. But as far as being revealed to the public, these are the details of the next Space Traveler seminar. And you're all invited to participate. And as Mr. Keshe said, bring your cups. I think that means yourself, or they may provide a cup, and we'll see what you manifest in there. And again, this is just an amazing process that's going on. Okay, shall we go to the workshop? I thought we'd start again with one of the questions that were in the Q&A about the life of Jesus or Christ. And let's see if we can just go there now. And what I will do is bring this over here, and we'll bring the transcript up, the beautiful transcript that helps us to understand and find things. And this is a beautiful work by one of the, or a number of the knowledge seekers. I know the Brazil team also does their own. I think this is from another knowledge seeker, and it's done by the AI. So the AI isn't all that bad. Actually, it's become quite accurate in the 90–95% or better capability. And of course, it's learning Mr. Keshe's innuendos and words that he uses. And so it's coming out very nice. So this is a beautiful teaching tool that's available to all of us that have access to these transcripts that are being provided. So let's hear more about the life of Jesus. And this was one of the questions. So let's start now. Anyone have any questions or would like to make any comments so far? Again, nobody's wrong, and there are no rules in the world of creation. So again, what you think of as Christ or Jesus, or what you picture it at, is right for you. The place you find that's more comfortable to you than me is correct. I don't have to tell you, no, that's not a comfortable place. If you feel comfortable there, that's where you feel comfortable. And I think the soul is obviously created you and is running you. So I really don't have a place to say, no, you shouldn't really do this, or no, you really shouldn't do that. We're all on this process of understanding ourselves deeper and deeper. And then, of course, sharing it with the others. So let's start with the, again, opening of the books. And of course, Mr. Keshe has not only done this with Christ, in a way, the Bible or the holy books, but also with the Quran and also with the Torah, also with Moses and also with Muhammad. So let's delve into this a little deeper. And again, as Mr. Keshe said, read the history of the time before you read the holy books. I've never done that, but maybe that's something I should take up.
Well, why don't you just, there's one more main question. Well, actually, there's one, maybe give a quick answer to for Malcolm, which is, what is the most accurate textbook on the life of Jesus? One that one would study if one was to write a novel based on his life.
None.
Okay.
None. Because this is how it is. It's written 300-400 years after him by word of mouth, and a lot of connection of histories of the area, what to fit him to be, and what were the what do you call it, local heroes that people could connect and becomes him. When you read about the life of Moses or Jesus, Muhammad less of, because the Quran and whatever hadiths were written around about 40 years. It's the first mouth, what I call, changes, but 300-400 years down the line, or in case of Moses, nearly 2,000 years down the line, nobody knows what is the truth. And so it depends which historian was it in favor of and what was there. There is a lot of new, what do you call it? I mean, last 50 years, 100 years, which books written by historians who actually went and analyzed the old, what do you call it, manuscripts or the stone writings or whatever, which has clarified a lot for the others. But places like Vatican and what do you call, the Jewish centers and Islamic centers, they don't let it come out so much, because then it damages their reputation and what their control is. But in essence, if you want to know about the truth about Christ, go into the history books of the time, not the, what you call, the Bible or the rest, because it's all made up to fit. Even when you were talking about Noah last week or the week before, I said it was a story of fishing. If you go back, Noah was made out of the old history of a local hero of that time. And they changed the name to Noah, because he wrote, what do you call it, with him. And then because somebody put the story in Torah, and then somebody confirmed it in 300 years in Bible, which was written 800 years after the Torah. And then Islam had to do something with it, because Muhammad says he had a say in it, which was written again another 200 years, 300 later, all confirming each other, confirm that they're real and it exists. There's a lot of storybooks, but like me, if you are that way inclined, find the history book of the time, not the writing of 200 or 300. Then you see the real man, you see the real story, real what happened. Historically, is that if it's not in historical books, at least in different cultures, and there are historians who are actually written, going through different cultures of the time, it doesn't exist. Then suddenly appears in Torah because there is reality. And this is where the time is. Read the history books, you know about the man. Read the holy books, you find about the fantasy of those who written it. And this is a big, big difference. Very big difference. And they fit it in because it would fit into the history of the time. And doesn't make sense to today's time and place, and not with our present culture. And the worst one, I think, is written into because it's done in the time of, near time of, is in what we hear in hadiths and Quran. How a man who was supposed to be man of God orders kings of hundreds and only men because he loved women. And even till last century, it was a tradition because he did it. In all the wars where Muslims or Europeans were involved, always men got killed, not the women. Because women are a product of the pleasure and everything, slavery and money. And then you see the truth. A man of God should not kill. Doesn't matter what name, it's not the characteristics of the Creator. Using the name of God to create destruction, that's the characteristics and behavior of the man. Nothing to do with create, and it should not come into the books of religions, because it's not the religion. It's the same with Moses, the same with Christ, the same with David, it's the same with Muhammad and the rest. If they had the money to master an army, be it physical or the soul, and not to abuse it, they've done. Christ was good at it. He created the army of women because he enjoyed them. Muhammad was the same. If you read the story of the Badr and the other wars, Muhammad, when he killed the men, ordered the men, if you read the most famous war, which is in Quran, which 800 men were beheaded in one day. When they got the Jews, supposedly, he said separate the men from the women. And for one day, this man just beheading men in one corner of the same city, same place, while their children and their wives were pulled away from them, and then the women and the children who were not adult yet were taken as slaves and part of the harem. And by the Islamic law, 20% belongs to the religion. So Muhammad took the share of women and the children, which was his, as we call slaves, and he sent them to market. This is not in Quran, it's not my saying. Read Quran, history of the Islam. He sent these women and slaves to be sold in another city, that the money from it could allow them to get horses and swords to strengthen his army for the next war. And the other children and women were given to the soldiers according to their horse riders or the walkers, soldiers, how many they took. And most of the women became what you call slaves, and most of them had more, they became what you call it, the wives and everything else. And usually in these tribes, the most beautiful women went to the top leaders. And this is how in many wars, Muhammad chose the women out of the tribes they won. And the same leaders, other leaders. And so many wars in Quran. Quran is one of the nearest things, because some of the people who were involved in writing it were actually at the time in it, so they could tell the truth. With Christianity, we don't have no trace. It's all Chinese whisper. And whatever befitted in the local area, in the history of the hero, has become that hero. They just changed the name to Christ or to Moses. Go read the story of the history of the time and the beliefs and the religions, and then you see most of the name of the prophets is literally from the gods' statues. It's not the real name of the man. And they add to it. Read history, not the religion, and then come and read the religion books and say, oh, this name is just changed to this name has changed to this history is changed to this. The boat of Noah is one of the clear examples of it. Actually, the story goes 200, 300 or 1,000 years before even Noah. And they just changed the name of it. They've done a lot with Moses. History of the area, when they wrote, two Jewish guys wrote the first Torah at the time of Quraysh, they added what was historical because people could accept it as a religion because they were in it and it wouldn't tarnish. And then a lot of it got made up. Then read the history and then see what's the fact in the holy books, and then you understand that a lot of it is made up to suit. It doesn't have no reality. And then read what Christ did and what life he lived. Moses had his army of soldiers. Muhammad had an army of soldiers. Christ had the army of soldiers, but the Christ himself, his army were all women, because he loved women. And he was a man of conflict. He never made an army of men to fight. He always enjoyed the army of women to enjoy. And then you see the men who used his name and his things became crusaders, and the rest of them we still see today. If the Christians lived the life of Christ, planet Earth would have been heaven, both for men and women, because he loved the pleasures of physical life. And it's in the historical books. Read the Jewish historians who wrote about this man called Christ. And you see how far it is from reality what you read in others. As I said, one of the biggest problems with the holy books is especially going back to Old Testaments and the New Testaments and then the Quran, just because they had to follow each other. If you call the God so kind, if you call the Creator so beautiful, and everything else we associate with him, how can such a beautiful, generous Creator order eye for an eye? If it was the truth, if you took somebody's eye by accident in the war, you become his eye. We don't take your eye that we two blind men. Then no man will take another man's eye because he has to spend the rest of his life being his eyes. That's the true rule. This is the true Creator, not the man who changed it. And one to follow has followed the same thing. If the books of the holy books are what they are from the Creator, this is the rule. Not eye for an eye. If you take some man's eyes, you have to become his eyes. So you have a burden of life, a blind man for you to carry for the rest of your life. No one will do that. So no one will blind no man. This is the rule of the Creator, not what they made up to be in the holy books, and they do. If you take somebody's life, you have become responsible for the life of those he left behind. And then you see if you can carry two families and become a wife of a husband of a man at the age of 20 when she is 50 years old with 10 children. No man will take a life. They change to suit. This is the holy love and truth, not eye for an eye. It's just from a weak man, because then he could change blood with blood. Read history books and not the holy books, and then you understand the truth about what happened, where they came from, who's the real name, and the rest. Thank you very much for today. I still invite you all to join us in Sanya, because I think it'll be a life changer for a lot of you in understanding new technologies, and new change in the life of man. Thank you very much for today, and see you next week.
Thank you very much. Did
bet
you?
you-
Yes.
I said, I bet you I'm gonna cut out this section and then forward it to every single person that I know, because these things needs to be out there to counter what is going on, no matter how names anybody will call us, but we gotta get it out because it's knowledge. If we put out that there's history books, there's all manuscripts and stone writings, they have nothing else to argue about, and those are the facts. So I'm gonna do that. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and don't forget the previous number of workshops. I think the one before that, and the one before that, he has sort of opened up more things in each one of these in part
Yeah, this
of
one
the,
is more.
yeah.
Yeah, this one is more. This one is more detailed, and it's not confronting. It just stated facts. You know.
Yes, again, this is quite a revelation. One of the reasons I walked away from the Christianity is I could never understand a God that was demanding blood to make him feel better or to compensate for your wrongdoings. And then we
Exactly.
have the statement that everybody says, well, the New Testament is different from the Old, but we read the scripture where God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. So to appease him, you had to take another life. It just didn't make sense to me that the shedding of blood and taking of life could appease the creator of it. And so I said, something isn't right. But I always thought in the beginning that the holy books were more accurate. I'd been fooled than the history books of it, because these were holy books. I was told it was all transferred very accurately, and there were very few mistakes, if any, in there, and the rest of it. So I never went to history books. I always believed that the holy books were the accurate books. Mr. Keshe is saying it's a Chinese whisper. It was all made up to fit the time and the place and the man and the rest of it. So this is a
In
huge.
fairness,
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry. In fairness, there's propensity for someone to change the history books. I mean, human nature, they do that. But then when you read a lot different history from different perspective, the names, the locations, the culture stays the same. And that's how you deduce the truth. So it's still history books for me than holy books.
Thank you, Ike. That's excellent. And again, he's making little Da Vinci's in a way out of all of us, opening up so many of these myths that we believed maybe from childhood on up. And of course, a lot of people want to stick with that position. You know, that if my father was a horse thief, and then I'm going to be a horse thief too. And they didn't want to get out of that. So, but to me, when I saw this shedding of blood and killing, to how could the creator be appeased by killing another one of his creation? It never made sense to me. So that was one of the things that helped me to walk away in a way. And of course, I always have been taught that you were made in the image of the creator. Never understood it. My mother didn't understand it, but that's what she sort of instilled in me. And now, as Mr. Keshe explained in these workshops, that the creator is, the emotion of the creator is nothing more than giving, like a total giver, like a son. So we're understanding a deeper, and I'm sure he's going to go deeper. And again, it's not only the religions, it's the science as well. and many other things that a new light is being shed on these understandings. So it's quite deep, but it's actually freeing many people from these shackles about the soul and finding the soul and the rest of it. It's all out there. And are you going to go to heaven? Are you going to go to hell? Blah, blah, all the rest of it. So we've, as we said, we're eliminating the abuse of the man for a lack of knowledge of who he is in the universe. That the Creator actually transmuted into you. And does the Creator need to be saved? So it's a whole new reality. But of course, if the imams, if the ayatollahs, if the rabbis, the popes, and the rest of it agree with this, they would have to close shop. That means they'd have to close their business. And of course, it's a very lucrative business. And so the approach from the Keshe Foundation is not to really close the religions down, but to educate the man in a deeper understanding of what all these things mean, that he walks away from these sort of practices of the religion. The same way we're doing with the wars. You know, we have to walk away from it. Otherwise, we'll think it's magic, we'll never understand it, and we won't keep it. So we have to get to that position of walking away from the killing and destruction as well. So all these are coming together quite nicely. Again, whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, another decade, whatever it is, it's all being gently delivered. Slowly, gradually, step by step, it's all being delivered. And as Mr. Keshe says, he knows how to teach and he knows how to deliver. So let's go back to the teaching part of the workshop. We'll play a couple of segments from here, and then we'll go into creating the Dome of Peace with our energies and the GANS materials. So let's see if we can start it at the right place. Hopefully we are there. And there's so much in this workshop that I'm not covering. It's 3 hours, I think, in 47 minutes. So this is quite a long workshop. But again, we're opening up points by points. What has no meaning to me may have a significant meaning to you. And what has a significant meaning to me at this time has maybe no meaning to you. But hopefully we'll all take more and more from this knowledge. And again, it depends on your intellect, not the amount of knowledge you understand. So let's start again. Feel free to stop it, jump in, make a comment, ask for an explanation, or ask your soul to explain it to you.
How we give it, how we take from it. And this is what I call the sandbag. The sandbox for you to test. And we create these dimensions. That this is a new knowledge, this is a new technology, this is what man will face in a space. We are bringing mankind to the point to be in a position to deal with the reality of a space, not just getting on a spaceship or an aircraft or transmutation. As it was said at the time in Sharif Tehran University, we achieved left. What's next? Now we have created that soul. We have created that environment of the fields in the system. What's next? How do we interact with it? How do we, in a way, live with it? Can we use it as a station to feed us, as an intermediary between us and the space and the dimensional existence, that it become a source that we don't kill anymore? It becomes in a way like your supermarket, but this supermarket has access to all the energies of the universe and in a way has chewed it up to be alive, to exist in the dimension of man in the time of man, which means we tap into it. How do we need? What do we need? I need the energy of what you call vitamin C. This is a field dimension. An emotion of me in my brain, in what we call the emotion of desire, can trigger for that system to feed me. Now you understand. When we say the new system will feed mankind without killing, what it is. We have entered into that stage. Today, and in the past few days, we have put a fish to live in this environment to see how it reacts. Does it need any food from us? We have seen the change of behavior. We have seen the change in emotion in past 48 hours. A fish which usually floats or swims straight line now swims like a submarine up and down. Does not need to swim straight line like a lift, which is unusual for the creatures like this. This is what we see. So if the fish in the environment of the plasma is taking energy from it and it changes its behavior because now it does not need to do that to swim to attain altitude or position, he can do it most probably by his thoughts to go up and down because he wants to go. Even the fish has to learn a new way of living. Then it comes to us, how we break this barrier, how we bring this new knowledge to mankind. It's not anymore playing with the soul. It's understanding that now we have, through the technology which is developed, access to the universal energies which we have created the position and a place for it. We know where it is, how it interacts. Would it change the cancer? Would it change the emotion of fibromyalgia? Would it change the emotion of the abuse once you come in touch with it? Because it satisfies the emotion, is a being, is a living. Most of you who come into the second session of the monthly sessions, for the first time, you'll touch this. You have no choice. You volunteered, you came in to feel the energies, the fields of the universe. We put you in that position. The emotion, the feeling you had up to now with the physical system will change. How much it will affect you, how much you will take from it, how much you learn to live with it is the decision of you as an emotion of you, decision of your soul, of physicality, and decision of your soul. The way you make a decision to commit a crime to kill someone, the way you decide that someone can be a lamb, it can be a camel, it can be an individual, a plant, or a tree. Now you have to understand how your emotion interacts with the field. You have to learn. You have to understand it'll take you to places you've never been before. The dreams will change. The understanding will change because up to now you were in that low matter state. Now you move up. And then don't think I've gone crazy. Understand that you have understand more. You have a different understanding of creation. This brings me back to memory, a guy called Hot Chocolate. If you go back in the memory of the what I call musics, and I spoke with him about him before. He was the first black gay guy who became famous in the 1970s. He wrote his life story, very simple. He came from Caribbean's hardworking mother, living in a house, two up to down, and in an area which was for the blacks. He wanted to become a plumber, an electrician, and maybe a cook. The mother rented the extra room in the house where he lived and brought him to his room. And now the extra room paid for him to go to a private education. Now, going to a private education, coming across a higher knowledge, he wanted to become a doctor and a scientist. The man was the same, giving different environment, expectation, understanding, and comprehension of the what I call environment brought him to another dimension. This is what's going to happen to a lot of you in the coming months. Up to now, you're used to the physical dimension. You came into the reactors and you felt you went somewhere. From this month on, those of you who become part of this, you will experience new emotions, new understanding, which to a lot of others will be gone crazy, but they don't understand that now, because of the development in technology, you have access to a bigger knowledge. The only thing, many of you, I know knowledge seekers, your families has told you you're crazy, put you in a mental institute. How many of the knowledge seekers were put in a mental institute for weeks and months and they found out there's nothing wrong with the guy? The guy talks about the science and they let him go. We have at least 10, 20 knowledge seekers like this around us, we know. Now, when they tell you this, says you put a headphone on and you join. And if you dream the same as I dream, if you live the same I live, now you understand you are crazy, not me. You don't understand the new knowledge. You have to experiment the new knowledge. Without going through it is what I saw sitting by the fence and trying to wrestle with the bear, because this bear is big, has potential of changing you, because you understand you can handle it. You can fight the bear, which is the energy of the universe. Now you understand where and how the new technology will bring you. We are not talking that we put a stick on the ground and the rivers opens and millions cross through it. That's a good dream. Now it's you, and the ocean is the universe. How do you navigate? And how many people you can take with you to see what you see? Then you can talk, otherwise the lonely place of the souls of the universe is a lonely place. It's when you share the emotion. Then you have to learn all this to come. We have made a structure, we have made the tools, we have made the systems for you to go through that transition. And this transition is for you to understand. Up to now, you shook hands with a man, you saw the man. In a space, you come across energy fields, you come across vast amount of energy fields that your eyes cannot see even the dimension, but they're gentle. Doesn't matter how small you are, they interact with you. Or your dimension of field energy will be a giant to another one in front of you. Your behavior has to be the same.
And that's what he said, when you go out into a rocket or in the matter state per se, what do you see? You see the UFOs and the craft and the beings within the craft. Here he's saying you're going to go in the dimension of energy and not see them physically, most likely, but you're going to interact with their energies or the energies of other souls in the universe, or just energy packs without a soul. He said, and we still have to respect them. So this is a new understanding, taking us out of the matter state and moving in the dimension of energies, in the dimension of the soul, in the dimension of the universe, in the dimension of the creator.
Just to be a tool, just to be, I take what I need, I give what you need from me. And this exercise, this understanding of fields without dimension has started in the structure of the experimental section of the Keshe Foundation. And many of you who join us on the third week of this month will go through this. You have the freedom, is your right. You have chosen to become the passengers of universe. You came in to be ready for transmutation. You were expecting to get my body somewhere, see how you use the energy within you, which you call it the soul, we call it the central energy, to another position in time. The way you decide, I go from London to New York, and the physicality follows, because the soul of physicality made the decision. And now, and I did it myself. I went to New York. Why? How? What was the notion of it? Where did it come from? Now you have to learn how to handle energy fields. This is why we taught you about the soul. Your physicality cannot even touch them. They don't exist. You put your hand in and it's with you. I laugh when our knowledge seekers who work in the lab says, when I put my hand in, my hair rises. Of course, because you're touching another being. When you touch your lover, doesn't your hair rises? Doesn't give you the feeling of the joy? Now you have to understand the knowledge of the man has come to the position and the time and level that now he can touch energy packs. which you created it? Am I touching the soul of my own creation? I have a child, I hold it, I kiss it. Now I have created a child, I feel it, I know of its existence. Just because the mother gave birth to it and is separated from the machine which created it, doesn't mean it's dead. It's there, it exists. We watch it. We have created tons of monitoring systems to watch every behavior of it. How does it behave inside itself? How creates fields flowing inside it? How it creates currents of fields that it feeds it to control, to state, to emotion. And we put tools to measure how it interacts with another system, another soul, how it interacts with the souls of the other are in touch with it. The extent of the systems and the technology we have put together in the Keshe Foundation is so extensive that we can even measure the emotion of single one of you who come into the system in respect to the soul, in the central energy we created. It's for you to understand this. One of the knowledge seekers says, as long as Mr. Keshe speaks about the soul, I'm not interested.
Okay, so you can see how advanced the system is. Again, as he said during this teaching, you don't have to be able to make the cell phone with all these connections and wires and chips in it to be able to use it. You just press a button. So as you come into the system, if it works with the fish, it's going to work with the man. And this is what he's inviting you in to experience it in these transmutation sessions, to experience it. Again, more about yourself, more understanding. And this is just the beginning of all this. And hopefully we'll see it at the right time. Many of us think we're ready, we can't wait, we want to do it now, but I think there's still a lot more we have to understand and we have to learn about it. We'll be protected by the system, and maybe we go from system to system and it'll work well. But for you to go out there on your own, it's going to take quite a deep understanding of pure soul and all the rest of it. We'll continue on. Anyone have any comments about this? Again, it's up to you to decide which sort of understanding within the Keshe Foundation you want to move into. And wherever you are is correct. And it's not for me to say, stop playing with this or stop playing with that, the GANs or whatever. If that's the level that you're at, that's fine. There's no problem with that. When you're ready to move on, you'll move on. This is just my understanding. And I'm sure the soul knows exactly what it's doing with that creation of itself. Not me telling the soul how to operate its own creation. But it's all open for you in these sessions. So if you have extra funds, if you have the ability to join, even once, even twice, I think it will be, again, these are life-changing experiences, even though we may not fully understand it and we may not see all the things that happen to us in the system. As he said, we don't even know how our fields are interacting with other things, but this will be explained in the future, I believe, as he went into the graphs and the other things. Let's continue for one more clip, perhaps, and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace. Anyone not shocked? Anyone looking forward to this when it gets opened up to everyone? And this is just the beginning and the perfecting of the system that we're involved in right now, as I see it. So we're sort of the beginning of the whole process of delivering this across the board to humanity. And we all have the capabilities. If the fish has it, we certainly have it. And moving, interacting, communicating without that dimension of physicality, which seems so strange to us. It can't possibly be done. How can you talk to somebody without talking to them or listening to what they say? You start feeling the emotion And that's enough. You don't need to talk, as was stated in this workshop. But again, it's beyond our full comprehension at this point. But slowly, gradually, gently, he's all bringing us all into this understanding about ourselves.
You confirm you're dead. You don't even understand your creation. It means I'm so ignorant and I want to stay ignorant. It's your privilege. We don't carry all scientists with us. The peasants of the knowledge of the universe still can reach that level. But when they become educated in the dimension of the soul, those of you who move from now on in the structure of the teaching, you will understand the game of the technology of the transmutation now has changed. Many of you who became satellites will come to understand, you feel it, they're going through me, they need my energy. And then you say, I want it, now I know why my soul chose me as a satellite. Will bring you into these systems.
And that happened to me the other day. I signed up to be a satellite, and I know Mr. Keshe said we're going to bring them into the thing, but all of a sudden I felt something different within me, as if the system in Linz or whatever was happening, I was being used. And he said many times you won't even know we're using your soul, but at that particular instance, I just had a moment of reflection, and I said, something's happening within me with that system, perhaps as a satellite. So that was an experience that again, it was only a few seconds long, but it just seemed like that notion came to me, or I felt different energies within me for a moment. And I said, or my soul told me, this is part of being used as a satellite. I don't understand it fully. We have to unravel this more and more. But again, it's part of serving the creation.
We make you to understand. We make you to see it. We let you to decide. Just because the fields are there does not mean you have access to it. No desire. A desire is a stealing. Desire to give, and then don't give because if I give, I receive. I give because I have and I can. Many of you who have your friends and family who've been pressurizing you with Keshe Foundation and the rest, in the next 2 or 3 months, when you go through the sessions, give them the headphone. You say, you tell me if I'm crazy or all we have achieved to a new level of understanding.
As I had mentioned earlier, not in this meeting, but another one, it does sound like you could be in the session yourself, but then in a way, allow someone else to put on those headphones for a period of time. And that's what it seems like he was saying right here. When you go through the sessions, give them the headphone. Now, I don't know if he means to have them sign up for a full session, or perhaps you can allow them to use your headphones for a moment. I don't think that would be bad. It's like the private archives of the Keshe Foundation teachings. You can't copy it and give the file to someone, but as I understand it, you're allowed to let others listen to the teaching of that private session. And that's not any problem with the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. But you can't give them the file, but you can allow them to listen to the file. Any thoughts about that? Can we share the headphone with another person? Go ahead.
Mark, if we have our on our phone set up for 2 sets of headphones, I would see you can give 1 set to one person and another set to yourself. That would
Okay.
work quite fine.
Okay, that may be a possibility. That may not be exactly what he meant, or that may be exactly what he meant, because these people are saying, oh, you don't, this is, now he said, tell me if I'm crazy or we all have achieved to a new level of understanding. So allow them briefly, perhaps, to experience something. And of course, as you, Mr. Keshe, indicated, the best way to say the technology doesn't work is to deny it, that you don't want to really understand it. So you say it doesn't work. I don't feel anything. I'm not part of it. But apparently this, and with the new system, they may feel something, or they may dream later on. Some of these energies that are put in, even within minutes or an hour of being within the system, sometimes have to settle down, and they'll interact within the body or the soul of the other person in the days to come. Many times, he said, we need a week or more, if there's a follow-up session, to allow the energies that you've received to settle within you and interact within you, and then you may see some difference. So sometimes it doesn't always happen at the exact second there, but maybe it can. Any other thoughts on that?
Because they will interact, wanting it or not, with the dimension of the field of the creation. In a way, we have created the first satellites, connection between the man's energy level and the universal energy levels. With man to understand what it's dealing with, it has dimension, and so it has an interaction field. It has resistance. In a way, I don't want to give to you. I don't want to interact with you. And at the same time, it opens doors that you can take what I like to give and what you need from me, that it gives you the extension of existence of your soul, irrespective of your physicality. If we have managed to change the dimension of the physicality of a fish in less than 24 hours in the environment of the system, it means man will not run away from it. You'll transmute. You will go with the system. You go with what you need in a dimension and position, in a dimension of physicality. I use the dimension of the system to transmute myself to somewhere else, and I use the dimension of the system as a soul of physicality to manifest myself at a time, place, and position. In a way, you're in both position, both places, in the energy confirmation, and maybe both in a physical dimension, if you wish so. Then it comes a position, do I need mobile phones? Do I need communication system of today where I can be present at both places at the same time to talk? To carry the emotion, to convert it to understanding that I don't need to talk. The emotion understood. Today, when we sit and teach about the transmutation, now you understand where I have brought you to energy packs, to dimensions of the fields that many of you in the third week of February have to, you will come to. You will have new dimension of thinking, emotion that you didn't even know. My body shook this way. I felt something. I have an emotion of something I don't understand. You have to, in a way, develop these emotions.
So you could see how this is really being gifted to us in a way, and then our part is to help to develop these emotions.
And then you see how, so simply, I have made you passengers of universe, where you go through the dimension of transmutation, through expansion, through interaction of your soul with a bigger entity.
I have made you passengers of the universe, where you go through the dimension of transmutation, through expansion, through interaction of your soul with a bigger entity. So this is a real gift. Hopefully you'll take advantage of it and participate in it and volunteer for it.
Up to now, you had the cars and you created the jumbo jets and the A380 and the rest of it. And you got yourself somewhere else. Now your rocket technology to take you to the moon is in that plasma. We just created, which will be like a satellite on every corner of this planet. Those of you who become satellites, you will understand this very soon. Sometimes when you create a combination of fields, you even feel who passed. Somebody just went somewhere else. They use the energy field of it. I have to give more to them. Then you understand what we talked about, creation of the soul in the body of the man. Now we have made a system that is there. You cannot deny its existence because you can feel its emotion. You can touch its presence. You can measure how fields and currents evolve inside it, and you can measure how the fields inside and outside have no connection. So it's an entity. If you put a probe inside the system and one outside, distance away, you see there is no interaction, which means there is no production of the voltage changes, current changes, which means it's an entity on its own.
Okay, why don't we stop here? But that's what I felt, that somehow something or someone was in a way passing through me, interacting with me. Again, was that just my imagination? I definitely felt energies, and I felt, I don't know where it came from, but it said that that was part of the satellite operation. I don't know, but this is what it felt. We're going to understand more and more as we move into this, understanding it much more deeply, but it's just the beginning stages of it. Would anyone like to make any comments before we go to the Dome of Peace? Okay, and creating this Dome of Peace is a process for our physicality. And the second step is a process for our energies or our souls. And again, these things may seem far-fetched, but we're moving into a higher understanding of knowledge. Some people, many people may poo-poo it, but at the same time, as he said, you give them the headphones and allow them to experience it. Then we'll see who is not understanding this knowledge and who is understanding part of this knowledge. This is a process that goes on every Sunday, where we collectively join. And again, it's not limited to Sunday, but the Sunday time is the time that most will gather together and collectively deliver. As we understand, has been taught, that together we are much stronger than we are by ourselves. And it seems that even when you're traveling into space, if you're just there by yourself with your own soul, it's a much better experience if others are there to join with you. I don't understand that either fully, but we're going to move more into that dimension where we can actually take others with us to see what we see or feel what we feel. So this is a process Mr. Keshe has called for. They've been doing this in China for years and years, as I understand it, as was reported years and years ago. that they've been releasing the GANS waters into the rivers, the streams, the fountains, spraying, and the rest of it. So they've been on board, and we see what's happened to the nation. And the leaders of the nation have seemed to turn around in a way and not play the same game as the West. They want to go in a different direction, and we're encouraging the West to join them. So we do need to release more of these waters as they know what to do, where to go, and they bring balance. Just to say, let's see if this is the right one. Just want to bring this over from the Brazilian team. Every Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. CET, and or both, whichever time suits you. It's a call to all knowledge seekers. Let's create together let's together create the Peace Dome all over the planet. Use the plasma water from your cups of life 1 and 2 to make the plasmatic spraying. So the Brazilians have shown a number of videos. Again, it's from Tehran to Arizona to Beijing to Buenos Aires to Sao Paulo to the rest of it. So it's all something you can take part in. And again, this is something for our physicality to do. So let's let's just listen to this first part of the Dome of Peace, or step 1 in a 2-step process.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Anyone have any questions about this? And it's not necessary to use the cup of life. That was, I think, what certain people chose. I remember Mr. Keshe saying he prefers the zinc and the CO2. And you can learn about making gas as a nanosolid on the Keshe Foundation Wiki. And that's all up to you. And now, of course, what we're going to do in the second step is to release the same sort of energies, but using the energies of our soul. This is what we're practicing to understand to do. As we've seen in the case with Diane, and we've seen in other cases, we can use our soul. And this is what the Universal Council is learning as well, to not work so much in the matter state, but to use the energies of the soul to manifest changes that occur in the matter state. So from energies and wishes to manifestation and solutions in the matter state. So that's the first part of the creating the Dome of Peace. Now we're going to move into the second part of creating the Dome of Peace, which is using our energies, our souls. Again, we're huge field generators, and we haven't realized it. Even though we know when we get angry, we know when we're happy, we know when we're in love, but we really haven't used the energies in a more, I don't want to, well, maybe constructive way to bring changes that otherwise are only happen when we use the matter state. And Mr. Keshe works in this dimension most of the time. I think at one point he said, I work this way 90% of the time. So let's hear the second part, and then we'll take 5 minutes or a moment of silence to do that. And of course, the Brazilian team has effectively done this together, where they are using their energies in moments of silence during these intention sessions. There's a daily intention, and that's at, is it 1 a.m. or 2 a.m.? You can join them in Telegram or see them on the social medias or whatever. Brazil Plasma Technologies. But you can join on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. And what's happening in the soul teachings, we've been joining these intentions. And so hasn't the German group, and perhaps the Italian group and other groups have been joining together with them as we're trying to understand. Together we bring the change. Together we are much stronger because we have a huge combination of fields. It's like having one flower, which is beautiful, or a bouquet of flowers, which some may see as even more splendid or more beautiful. So on Wednesday, 6 p.m., you can join the Brazilian team. You can also join them daily intentions, 1 a.m. CET, 2 a.m. CEST, to bring the changes, and it doesn't take much. As Mr. Keshe said, working in the physicality takes a lot of work and a lot of energy. Working in the plasma dimension doesn't take a lot of energy and isn't a lot of work. Another option for all of us is to join every day. And you can join all of these, you can join one of them, or you can just operate in a way on your own. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So again, depending on what 21 p.m. CET means to you, this is not a formal Zoom meeting, Telegram meeting, or the rest of it. It's just where we gather together at the soul level at that particular time. You can spend 1 minute, 1 second, 5 minutes, whatever you'd like to spend, and join with the others and using our energies to create this. But this is going to go on till we reach that position of a peaceful, permanent condition on this planet. So whether you're driving, doing dishes, even talking on the phone, I think you can still participate in that. We know we can operate in 2 dimensions, so that is not a problem. So if you're at work or you're driving, you can still participate in that. And many, many times, my soul, all of a sudden I look at the clock and it's 5 before 21 p.m. or my time is 3 p.m. All of a sudden I say, oh, it's time for that. Or you can ask your soul to do it not once a day, but do it all the time. And as we reach the collective awareness of giving by more members of this community on this planet, we will see the change manifest itself. So those are some options for you to be part of this. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to join the Keshe Foundation. You just have to bring your soul and wish for peace or pray for peace. It's in a way a very similar process. Let me just close that. So, whoops, we'll go to the second step of the creating the Dome of Peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Thank you, Stefania. Thank you, Shweta. We thank also the Brazilian language community for leading us in a way in these efforts. And of course, Mr. Keshe for originally suggesting it. So now, this is a practice. As he said, he would handle the physicality of things that let us work on the soul level. And it's just a practice for us. Again, we're much more comfortable taking than giving, but we're learning this process to work through the energies of our soul, and in giving you receive, but you're not giving to receive. You're giving because you can, and to bring the change and what is needed on this planet. As we see, so much conflict, so much pain, so much of this, and it's been going on for thousands of years. 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years, plus all the family conflicts, the neighborly conflicts, the rest of it. So let's bring this dome of peace together calmly, gently, using our souls collectively to allow the energies, our soul, to expand and bring the change. And that's how it's done. And this is the way I think Mr. Keshe has approached it for the past millions of years across the universe. As he said, he's been doing this sort of work, bringing planets into join with the universal community. So this is not the first time this process has taken place in the universe. But now our planet is up for it. And we're well seasoned for this type of work. But we're learning more and more. This knowledge never ends. So let's just take 5 minutes, if I can bring up that piece, and we'll start now, collectively, calmly, bringing the change. Thank you all for your continued participation, but we can see it doesn't take a lot of work and it doesn't take a lot of energy to bring the change. We're just using collectively our fields together, and we will see it manifest in the matter state. But it's not for the faint of heart. It's not like baking a cake. In a 45 minutes, it comes out of the oven and everybody enjoys it. This is a process that's continuing. And as I said, the Chinese have been doing this for years and years. And when we reach the collective awareness of enough souls doing this, the change will manifest itself. And then we'll keep it as a permanent, peaceful condition on this planet. So thank you all, and encourage others to participate. If they say they want an end to these conflicts, tell them there is a way to do it through your own energies, through your own soul. Yes, Lisbeth, would you like to make a comment? Or?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so
Please.
much. Thank you, because every Sunday you remember it all for all people about that. And thank you so much for the daily and all the time the people dispose freely your soul for unifying when the all soul need for elevating. And I remember it, not only need elevate the souls, the world leaders, need elevate the soul, the all leaders, all people, influencer, all type of the community, not only for human community and universal community, for the animals community, for the plants community, for all the time, all souls take influence in the community, and is elevate the soul of the leader and soul of the message sender. Thank you so much for that, because we are the soul of the peace. All the time constructed the peace. Thank you so much.
And
Build the peace.
thank you, Lisbeth, for all your work you do in the Spanish community as well as around the Keshe Foundation, and sharing this knowledge and creating many beauties that we've seen and we use. So we want to thank you for that. Anyone else want to make a comment? Again, this is a process that we think we have to roll up our sleeves and use our hands and elbow grease and the rest of it to bring a change. As we saw with Diane, we can touch the soul, we can provide energies. And if the soul chooses to take those energies, that's beautiful. But we're learning to give. And the beautiful part about this whole exercise, as indicated by Mr. Keshe, is nobody fails this test. So congratulations, everyone passed with flying colors. Okay, and now the part you've all been waiting for is when our knowledge seeker from Canada joins us. And of course, he's not just from Canada. I think he's from the universe, as we're understanding. We're actually from the fields of the Creator. So, Alex, if you're ready, if your presentation has been put together and you'd like to come in and join us, please take the screen, or I can play the disclaimer, whichever you like. We appreciate your presence, your sharing, your understanding of this science with all of us. As you've done in Brazil, I think you've done it in the Spanish community. You've probably been to Europe and Africa, unbeknownst to me as well. But we invite you to come in and if you have a presentation that's ready to go. Otherwise, I don't see your mic opening, so maybe we need to wait a moment if you're there, or perhaps there's been some interference in the background. Alex, come in. Okay. He may be indisposed at the moment. Would anyone like to discuss anything we've discussed today? while we wait for Alex to join us. I know he said he was going to finish up his presentation, put some final touches on it. So we're just waiting at this point. Hopefully I didn't go too long and he got involved in
Maybe,
something else. Yes.
maybe the thank you for all the volunteers around the world working at the back with the translation, with the many ways for give that knowledge, because Mr. Keshe give us, and of course I need expand, and all the time connected with the all systems created by the Keshe Foundation for expand across the cosmic rays span with you soul for those other souls. Thank you, thank you. You
Okay.
volunteers maybe little for you, but it's big for the all souls. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's a good suggestion, Lisbeth. Let's go to a video the Brazil team, I think, has created, and Alex, we'll hear from Alex right now. It's about a 7-minute video. That'll give Alex some more time to come in, but it's about volunteering. Oops, that's not the right one I was looking for. Sorry. Let me just see where I put that here. Here it is. No.
Yes, beautiful video, beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
just looking for that. I'll need a moment. I thought I had it right there. Okay, it's called Keep KAKT Foundation Free. And this is one of the major concerns of Mr. Keshe, is not to get tangled up in the current system of evaluating, writing papers, looking for billions of dollars to pay scientists to do years of research and then re-researching things. So this is about volunteering, becoming a volunteer of these sessions in a way. And yes, you have to pay for them, volunteering or not. So let's listen to this. This will give Alex about 7 minutes to join us. Let's see, here we go.
Keep KAKT Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep KAKT Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors with a new technology remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
And thank you very much, Brazil team. A beautiful video created, and thank you, Alex, for your voiceover. Are you ready to come in?
And yes, willing and able. And am I ready to take over the screen?
You are, unless you'd like me to play the disclaimer.
Can I try this time, please? I want to see if I've
Of course.
graduated in the new technology.
Okay, good. You, me, and Ray, we're all learning.
Let's
Okay.
see if we can do this.
Okay, we see your screen. It's up and populated.
Okay. So now it didn't do it again. How come? And this again is different. There's no button for the audio. What is going on? I'm going to stop the share one moment, please. And
Okay,
just see.
of
Every
course.
time they update,
Yeah,
you know, it's like you've got to learn it all over again.
it's no problem. I am ready to play the disclaimer if it doesn't work, and then you can take the screen back. Let's
It would
just
be
see.
really nice to be able to get this one day.
You will.
I still don't have it. Okay, we'll try this one more time. This time it's, but where's the audio button? It's gone. Oh, share sound. Now they moved it to the other side. Ooh wee.
Hey, keeping you on your toes, Alex. I can't possibly keep up with it. I know they said the current 4 version of the GPT chat has about 150 IQ. The 5th version, they're expecting it to have just over 1,000 IQ. And of course, as someone told me, I think the level of genius starts at 150. But as Mr. Keshe indicated, just because you know how to run a computer doesn't mean you know anything. And hopefully we'll embed an emotion and a brain cell into the new GPT systems.
Well, if you don't know how to run a computer, then you don't know anything either. All right, sorry for the delay, everybody, but
It's
we're
fine.
gonna take off. Fasten your seatbelts, please. That's an order.
Information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
How did we do there? Very good.
Perfect.
Okay, so far that's perfect. Now we're going to try one more thing, and then we should be ready to go. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. This is part of the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're talking about the intermediate transmission, and the specific subject is frequency. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is February the 4th, 2024, and this is the North American Plasma Education Series of the Keshe Foundation. So as we said, we're discussing frequency today as part of a continuation of the intermediate series. And we're looking at intermediate transmission. And this is trying to distill over 6,000 hours of teaching. And please remember the purpose of these teachings, because we have so many people who are unaware of what's going on in the Keshe Foundation, and they don't have the time to go over the thousands and thousands of hours of teaching. And no teacher has all the skill. So take what you can, add to your knowledge, and do the best that you can to introduce these subjects to new people. And rest assured that they will contribute to the gaps in the knowledge, because they're all part of the same system that we are. And this is the frequency of the universe that comes in. And when we say the frequency, it is kind of confusing. And the reason for that is because frequency has a definite affinity to a certain kind of dimension. So the dimension that we're kind of stuck in is this hesitancy dimension, because it's the lowest energy state, but it's warm and fuzzy, and it's really comfortable. And, you know, that's the way we started. We were walking. But soon enough, we found that rolling is faster than walking. And then, of course, jumping and flipping is another way to progress. And then we found that some people didn't want you to progress. So for many of us, the goal was to be released. And we found that life was very hard. But for some cases, it was a lot easier. And so it was easier when you got up on the horse, because the horse walking is faster than the man walking. Well, walking, nevertheless, you go step by step. And last week we were thinking of, do we go step by step in cycles? And then the question is, how many steps and how many cycles? So we are looking at trying to move to the next slide is what we're trying to do. And we're trying to learn from the books of Maranatha Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. It is book number 1, but it's a bringing together of many different things. And we've summarized those things into matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And when we brought it together, we had to understand that it had to come from somewhere. And so that was book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And interestingly enough, where you look at the one matter and the coming together, and you look at the other matter and the coming together, and then you look at the structure of life and the structure of light as it pertains to life also comes together. And it comes together in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And at that point, when it comes together, it comes apart. And so we have a sister universe corresponding to man's universe. It's a little hard to understand, isn't it? And can we explain that when people don't give us the time to explain that? So I think part of the thing is that we can't wait. We have to move along. And as such, we have 6 sessions that are going on a monthly basis called the transmutation preparation sessions. And these are every 3rd Friday of the month. They began in January. The next session is going to be February the 16th of this month. And what they do is they prepare us literally for transmission of a certain kind. And that is pre-ordered by world peace. Because the reason for it is that the difference between the Earth space and the rest of the space is the warmongering that's going on this planet. So for 311 weeks in a row, we have been running the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And this is fundamental. It's fundamental for the creation of this energy, the energy that we need to be able to do this transmutation process. And yet here we are, we're only discussing transmission because, you know, in our search for outer space, we're frequently just pushing pedals around to get to that plasma highway that's going to get us to that pie in the sky. Well, the truth of the matter is we already have that pie in the sky. It's the rest of the pie that we don't have. And so if we have what we have, and if that is all that we have, then the rest of it is what we see. And we have it, but it's unattainable. So how do we get there? And we can't get there by pushing pedals. So we have to get to the plasma highway. But the plasma highway operates in a totally different fashion from the transmission highway, and that's what we're talking about, that transmission highway. Because we have a dilemma, and that's the universe embodiment of humanity, where we have a question: is the speed of light the fastest transmission? Is that true? And since we have our little pie, and we can see the big pie, in order to get to that big pie, we have to go faster. And so by going faster, do we go from that little pie in the sky, to the sky pie, the sky that we see, which is the biggest that we can get, isn't it? And to get there, we have to go as fast as we can go. And if we go faster, then we get bigger. Is this true? So if we understand that the creation of the universe exists from energy, and energy is always in motion, and then we understand that energy is always positive. So what's the charge? The charge is either positive or negative, which reflects the motion, the direction of the motion. And if there's a direction, where is it going? And if it's going somewhere, where did it come from? And so, as we said, when we look at the universal order of creation of matters and the 3 matters on the cover of book number 1, we see that they come together to create a combination which we call a Magrav condition. But then it came from somewhere and is going to somewhere and is connected to somewhere. And these are the questions that we have to ask and not ignore, because if we're just looking at our own reality, which we claim is the real reality, then it's hard to explain the cups of life. understand this, the cups of life weren't the cups of the pandemic. How do we go from the cups of the pandemic to the cups of life? Is that going from that little pie to that big sky pie? The cups of life, you see, reflect our inner strength. And our inner strength consists of an emotional strength. And so when we say strength, that implies a lot of physicality, doesn't it? So we say intestinal fortitude. That's strength, isn't it? And it's genderless, isn't it? So when we look at the cups of life and we see the GANS radiance manifestation, the carbon dioxide GANS, the calcium GANS, the zinc GANS, copper GANS, water GANS, amino acid GANS, and these came from the cups of life, we have to face facts. It wasn't there before we created the cups of life. We created the cups of life and then we manifested the GANS. And so our conclusion is that we created this. Is that the correct conclusion? Because you see, in terms of understanding the transmission within the cup of life, we had to have a field rotation. We called that the x-axis. And so it involves some kind of transition based on polarity. We call that the y-axis. But now as we're looking at the transmission of energy, we find that one of the ways we have to transmit is from here to there, and that's a dimension we call the x-axis. What do we transmit? There has to be some kind of identification. And so we introduced the y-axis. So both the x-axis and the y-axis are part of the same dimension of transmission. Or we could say that the transmission has two dimensions, the x-axis and the y-axis. So this makes sense when you have two forces coming together. So these forces, we call them PM ticks, come together and they converge and they create this x-axis dimension and this y-axis dimension. And this is all part of field capture. And so in this still photograph, we can say that the x-axis transmission is parallel to the ground and the y-axis transmission is perpendicular to the ground. But what we can't say is what is the difference in position? So somehow, even though we're perpendicular to the ground, we know that we can roll along. And that rolling along, if we go by cycle, one rotation is one cycle. And so we apply that to vehicles and we resolve this anomaly in how vehicles move because we recognize that there is an input rotation which is perpendicular to the motion. So the output motion is aligned with the rotation. Well, this is good. So it's always good to have the wheels rolling in the same direction as the car you're driving. And then, of course, we had to have another anomaly result is what is that difference in position? And so it isn't just the one rotation and the one cycle, but it's multiple cycles, many cycles. And so the difference between the car on the left and the car on the right is a whole bunch of these cycles. And that is along the x-axis transmission on the ground. So that's how this card goes from one position to another. Well, that's good to know. So we see a relationship. There are y-axis dimension effects, and they impact on the x-axis transmission. Conversely, x-axis dimension effects affect the y-axis transmission. And so there has to be a result. It's here and then it's there. And that imparts a distance transmission. And since we like to do a lot of walking, we base our distance transmission on the length of the foot. Whose foot? A baby foot? A man's foot? A giant man's foot? Well, it's like going to a Chinese buffet and ordering a meal. How big is your meal? Well, what if we're rolling along? And then we look at the diameter, the radius, and the circumference. And there's that pi again. But what is really funny about this relationship is that the relationship of the diameter and the relationship to its circumference is always pi. It's always constant. So you can change the circumference. You can change the diameter. But the relationship is always pi. So is it a small pi? Or is it that big fat sky pi? And is it based on cycles? So is it based on the wheel cycles? Is it based on the pedal cycles? Because, you know, we have cycle relationships. So too many questions, right? And so we were trying to practice kicking the soccer ball. And we would kick the ball and bounce the ball from one person to another. And hopefully we were very good in this kicking practice, so we could kick from one player directly to another player and do that in one bounce. And we had to practice that. It's a skill to achieve. And so this became a form of x-axis transmission. But the problem was that the y-axis would go from the floor up into the air, and it would stop at the floor. So if we were trying to graph this, it caused a little bit of a problem in our graphing dimensions, because we have cycles. And if each player represents the finish of a cycle and the beginning of a new cycle, then quite literally, we have to go through the floor. We have to get to the other side. So if we put these cycles together and we kind of roll along, and if we were to take a point on the first cycle and put that in the positive area of the y-axis dimension and move along the x-axis dimension, we would find that that point would then go right through the floor and go to the bottom of the next cycle position, and we call that the negative part of the graph. And since it keeps rolling along, that spot is actually going to come back up to the top again. So it's like one player kicking the ball to the other player, and the cycle in the middle of these three cycles is to bounce. But in the gym, it bounced off the floor. But on the graph, it went right through the floor. So we see the difference between the positive and the negative, because that reflects the energy in motion. And then we find that we could change the negative and positive charge by changing the size of the spot, the size of the ball, the size of the wheel. And so we found that the smaller has a higher negative charge. And so our little pie in the sky, therefore, has an extremely high negative charge, whereas the rest of everything that we can see has a high positive charge. And so the negative gives and the positive takes. But the energy can be flowing or binding. And so we know in the plasma science that the higher energy gives and the weaker energy takes. So the small pie is obviously weaker than the sky pie. And so now we understand this duality. But there's another thing we have to consider, is that a definite portion of matter occupies a definite part of space at a definite moment of time. So yeah, if I have a soccer ball and I'm kicking it to you, that's a definite soccer ball. And that definite space is my space, and I have it now. That's my moment of time. And so I can't have that soccer ball at two places at the same time, but I can have it at two places at different times. And so we could say that the soccer ball can flow and there's a connection. And this is what Herman Weyl has tried to show on a scientific basis. And it still holds true. But we see that we can spin along. This is kind of different. We're still doing the x-axis transmission perpendicular to the ground, but if we spin 360 degrees, and then we take that y-axis transmission, and with the spinning, we're able to change that position. So it's still a kind of a cycle, isn't it? Because it still involves rotation. So we have to resolve this rolling along anomaly. And we did resolve it because we said each of these cycles keeps rolling along. It is because of these cycles rolling along that the car on the left can move to the car on the right. And as we ran the graph, we found that if you follow the line of the cycle, you create this sine wave. And so we can move along. And you have a wave. But that's one wave. When the cycle moves, it creates another wave from that position, doesn't it? And then another wave, and then another one. And the cycle repeats. And this repeats along the x-axis dimension on the ground. And so we say, well, what's the difference in position? So not only do we have these cycles, but we have to determine how many cycles. So now we have to involve the frequency. So we managed with the cups of life to do this GANS binding, but by putting in excessive rotation, we've been able to overcome the extreme binding with extreme offsetting. And of course, we enlisted the services of the stability of the plasmas. And so this is how we became the fans of man. But we had a problem. We were looking for that stairway to heaven, and it wasn't up and out. It was down and in. Because down and in is more stable and more complex. And when you become complex, you become very stable. This is contrary to everybody wanting to keep it simple. Well, there's a limit to how simple you can get because we're talking about energy binding, which is self-serving, and that's very important. But not at the expense of others, because the others also need energy binding in a self-serving manner. And so we were able to achieve that and get that. We got our little pie in the sky. And you have your little pie in the sky. And the sky is such a big sky pie. So why do you have to steal it from that other little pie in the sky? When the sky pie is right there, ready and waiting for you. So we see that it's a two-way transmission, isn't it? So we've concluded there are two dimensions, the x-axis and the y-axis. It's a two-way street, two directions. And we see we can have two sizes and two variables. So when we look at the Earth space embodiment, it is disheartening to see that man is undependable because we have too many variables. And so all of us are on this common denominator we call Earth space. Earth space is much more dependable. And it's our little magrav. A magrav is very dependable. And cycles are magrav dependent. And so the frequency of the cycles are also magrav dependent. And we know that because the Earth rotates. And it achieves a binding energy transmission. So energy comes in and more comes in. We call it attraction. In the process of attraction, it facilitates gravitational stability through absorption. However, before it can do that, it has to elevate its energy transmission. In other words, emit out and emit more out. And the faster it emits out, the more magnetical stability it can have. And this is done through repulsion. So when we look at the Earth, yes, it's a big ball, but it consists of many elements. And so we have a periodic table of elements. And the first element on the hit parade is hydrogen. We say it has a number one position. And yet, we also have light. So we have elements and we have light. And so what's interesting about the elements is that we have more than one. And what's interesting about light is we have more than one. And what's interesting about the light, it has two dimensions. And one is the wavelength, and one is the frequency. And if you look at the relationship of the wavelength and the frequency, it's constant. Just like pi. It's constant, just like pi. But the colors are different. And what does it mean if the wavelength is different or the frequency is different? Well, it affects our transmission, doesn't it? So let's say we're in car number 1, in position 1, and we want to go to the drag races, and we stand in the staging lanes, and we spin our tires. A lot of us do that in life. We step on the gas and go nowhere fast, but the wheels are spinning, and we're not going anywhere. So in that case, we are cycling our tires at a high frequency, but we're not going anywhere, but we are taking a lot of time doing it. So frequency times the cycles equals time. But now if we can put it in gear, and if we multiply frequency times wavelength, now we have a distance. And that is the difference between the position of car in position 1 and the car in position of 1A. And why is it 1A and not 2? Because you see, it's the same car. So the difference, the time and distance is the difference in position. If we look at the magnetic positioning of the sun, and if we understand that the sun is gravitational, so the energy that comes from the sun is magnetical. If we look at the Earth, and we know the Earth is gravitational, and the energy coming from the Earth is magnetical, then we see that there's an interaction of the magnetical energy coming from the sun with the magnetical energy coming from the Earth. And what do we get with that interaction? We get a spectrum of colors. In fact, we get all the colors. But when we select certain colors, as if it were a fingerprint, we call that a spectrum. And we were talking about hydrogen as being a key element of the periodic table of elements. And then we looked at colors of light, with light being the key element of what we see. And so if we combine those two key elements, the key elements of light and the key elements, well, of elements, we get a specific spectrum, and in this case, hydrogen. And so how does that affect the positioning? Because in this case, we only have the magnetical positioning of hydrogen. So this transmission is the release of binding energy. And so we have to see that the release of binding energy precedes the retrieval of beneficial energy. So the release of the field has to precede the capture of the field. And the giving has to precede the taking. And the emission precedes the absorption. So this is why we have the table of elements. And as a result, we have the hydrogen, which is physical. But wait a second. We just said that the physical hydrogen came from the light. And the visibility of that light came from the interaction of the magnetical positioning of the sun and the magnetical positioning of the earth and the magnetical positioning of the interaction between those two. And so when we look at the transmission, we have to understand that the plasma dominant transmission precedes the physical dominant transmission. So we can now make a conclusion about these dimensions and which one is the center dimension. So it's not man space centric. It's probably Earth space centric. But we just talked about the sun space dimension. And so the conclusion on that is actually not conclusive. So we are in the matter plasma dimension. And we have a physical dimension, which is part of the feedback, and we have a plasmatic dimension, which is part of the feeding. And man is feedback dominant. And so when we look at the release of the fields, we find that it's part of the mental binding. And we can offset this binding and release our ideas, our wishes, our courage, and our love. These are all non-physical. And so we are in the post-November the 11th era where we can make choices. That is November the 11th of 2023. And so we can see seek the transmutation space of outer space as it reflects the bountiful space of Earth space. And the interaction allows us to get into that inner space, that graceful space, that greater oneness, which we've been trying for 523 knowledge seekers workshops to transcend the limitations of nuclear science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. And we ask, sign the World Peace Treaty. And how do you do that? You can do it with a pen. You can do it with your heart. You can do it with your soul. But the action of doing it is a representation of truth. And so we wonder if man is cornered in a two-dimensional universe, and can man find heaven through the field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance in forward motion and perpendicular rotation as we search for that heartbeat frequency of truth. Understanding frequency cycles is foundational for transmission. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And I hope you enjoyed this session. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. And let's see if we have any questions from the participants or comments. I did want to draw people's attention to the question and answers with the universal council. I put the link in the chat. And that was a program yesterday delivered beautifully by Claudia and Marie. What happens to us after death? That was one of the first teachings. And then, of course, we had a few questions and answers answered. So we would encourage you to pick up that link and maybe review yesterday's program if you'd like to. Again, the teachings are so fantastic. It just goes deeper and deeper. When you were saying that, did you say pi is constant? I was thinking of the emotions of the creator being constant as well. In that example you were
This is a
giving.
good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. And do we have to know all the intricacies? I don't think the fish ever made a Gans, even though he has a structure full of GANs or any of this plasma technology. That's probably the first time he's interacted with it, and he's already in the, perhaps in the phase of transmutation and not needing to eat. So does this mean the fish has become a peaceful creature and is able to absorb the energies from the universe without killing, just by being in the fields for 24 hours of the sort of new system that Mr. Keshe is introducing to us? Would the same happen to us? I think it will.
There you go. You asked the question and answered the question, but there's only one mistake that you made in your question. And that had to do with, did the fish create the Gans? And of course, he didn't create the cup of life like you and I did to make the Gans.
Mm-hmm.
He recognized that the Gans was part of his existence. Because as you correctly stated, it was the Gans that created his physicality. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if it was the Gans or the soul of physicality interacting with the physicality that brought in the soul, as I see it. But anyway, it's a beautiful process. I've always wondered how animals in the sea or animals in the jungle were going to be touched. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned the plasmatic gas would touch them, but maybe there'll be a new way of doing this. I mean, how do we reach every fish in the sea and whale that they become a peaceful creature? Is there going to be something put into the atmosphere, into the water? Is it going to be an energy? But it's going to happen. The systems are so far advanced, Alex, I don't think we're even fully comprehending what is right in front of us.
Well, remember, I'm trying to read that.
I am
chat.
too. I never hear of sound in the yeeching breath.
Oh,
Searching. What? Oh, I never hear of sound in the teaching breath. Maybe. Misty, would you like to open your mic? We'd love to hear your beautiful voice if you're available. Our breath, maybe. Okay. If you want to expand on that for everyone, no problem. And Claudia has put in the correct link. I think I put in the link for the website. Maybe she's given you the link for the direct connection to the program that was delivered yesterday by Maria and herself. And again, it's just amazing. I think the more you understand about the knowledge, you're more the more you're able to understand about the knowledge. It just seems to be, in a way, going in that direction. And maybe I shouldn't even say knowledge, because he said you can take from this knowledge what your intelligence or intellect allows, not the amount of knowledge you have in this area. And what is the difference between intellect and knowledge? They say people are intellectuals. Does that mean they're very knowledgeable? But he seems to be saying, in a way, just the opposite. Even if you have a lot of knowledge, it's your intellect that allows you to take from this understanding. Would you like to, or anyone, perhaps explain this? You would figure
So,
yeah, oh, go right ahead, please.
well, would you consider a library a building of knowledge or a building of intellect?
Probably a building of knowledge. I was thinking of the Library of Alexandria, which apparently had a lot of knowledge in those books.
So it's the people who go to the library who have the intellect.
Well, I thought his example was very good about the Bedouins and the mahogany and the door and the frame, where he said the leader built these buildings for them to bring them out of the desert, but because they didn't have the intellect, they brought them into these beautiful facilities, and after a few months, they started tearing off the wood from the door frame and the mahogany door and cut it up to create a fire in the center of the room to cook their meat on. So, even though the system had a kitchen and a cooling system and the rest of this, that means they had knowledge but not intellect.
Or maybe they didn't have enough knowledge. They limited their knowledge and they were satisfied with what they had. So in fact, they stopped growing in that regard. Because they did have the intellect. They recognized that the door frame was made out of wood, and they knew that they could build a fire out of the wood. But they didn't recognize that the door frame from the wood housed the building that had another machine, which would give them the heat and fire that they wanted.
Or is Mr. Keshe kind of hiding something in there where, depending on our intellect, we move up into the dimension of interaction of energies rather than reverting back to the old way of making ganses and making this and making that? We're moving, the intellect allows you to move into a higher order of understanding, or not. I don't want to say knowledge because we're already using knowledge. Do you follow what I'm saying? If you have the intellect, you'll move into the dimension of soul and energies and interactions with emotions and fields and the rest. If you don't have the intellect, you'll stay with the knowledge of the other things we've been doing in the past. Could that be what he's meaning by this example of taking the wood off the doors in the beautiful facility that was created and going back to what they used to do?
I agree with you, Mark. I think that's what it is.
I think Ed brought that up earlier, or confirmed that. Ed, I don't know if you want to make any comments here, but I think he said something similar to that. In another.
Pardon, Mark?
No, about the idea about taking the wood off the doors and going back. Is that like us reverting back to the things we did in the past, like making the CO2 box and the nano coating the wire and the other things in the physicality, instead of moving ahead with our intellect into a new dimension or a higher order of understanding? I think that's, I mean,
yes, I think so. We discussed this earlier.
yes, we did. I brought that, yeah.
I mean, they were yeah, that allegory that, I mean, that example that Mr. Keshe gave of they went back to what they were comfortable with and what they were familiar with. And we do that in physicality. We also do it emotionally, I think. Instead of forging, learning the new dimensions.
So does that mean they
So
didn't
yes,
have
I
the
think so.
intellect, but had knowledge? The intellect would have allowed them to move into using the cooling system in the kitchen and the rest of it. But instead they moved back into the knowledge, as you say, they were comfortable with. He seems to be definitely drawing a delineation between knowledge and intellect. Alex
Yes.
or Ed?
Well, those are definite. Those are just words, and it depends how you define them. But it's what we're used. We always go back to what we're comfortable with. Especially when we get pressured with the new, or we grow doubtful about the new. So we just have to kind of create a sense of detachment to our emotions, where okay, I feel like this, but this is what it really is, and we just keep going.
But I think dropping you into these systems of fields, of these new systems, or this interaction of souls has a profound effect. If it has it on a fish, I mean, he said the man would follow in the same way without any resistance. There wouldn't be that questioning, or I know there's a lot to learn about it, but it just, as I've mentioned that example before, we put you in the fields of laughing gas, you laugh. Put you in the fields
Yeah.
of tear gas, you cry. Put you in the fields of the universe, it's an automatic in a way, or in this new system.
That would be a really great thing, I think.
It would
if
be.
that happens.
Depends how strong he turns it up, though. It may be just
Yeah,
the first breaches.
Yeah, I actually don't know how to interpret what
I
would
know.
happen. We know that his machines, they control the environment more or less. They don't control our soul. Our soul still has to respond, but the environment that we're in, I think if that machine is able to create even a stronger environment of the cosmic rays or the creator's strength rays, we would respond to it in a greater way. So I think in a way you're correct. But I don't know. We shall see.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're all testing our own systems in so many ways. So we're all going to have a different experience. And how about that question, Alex, about sharing the headphones? Would somebody be able to share your headphones in the same session if you had a splitter with two, so someone else could try it, or would they have to fully sign up for it?
Okay, that's a good question. There are two aspects to the interaction. One is by case, and one is by condition. And so you have a condition, and another person has the same condition. And so if we're just treating that condition, then yes, you could share. But you are a case, and the other person is a case. And that condition is just one aspect of that case, you see. So a case consists of a variety of conditions, and your condition case is different from my condition case. So if we were to share the same field, we would not be able to arrive at the same, shall we say, conclusion.
Right, but he seems to be indicating others around you, maybe your lover, family members, friend, who says, these things you're doing, it's just a lot of bunk in a way, and then you say, well, you try it. and see what you experience. And so you could let them be in the session for a little while, and maybe they would experience something. And then say, who's crazy, you or me? That's what he was indicating in the text. It
Well, if
seems it's
if
not
you
for
go,
wellness, it's just for experiencing a different field or energy, let's say, that the person had no awareness of, and now they become aware of it and maybe see the way you're seeing or feeling or experiencing this dimension energies.
yeah, so I think what you're referring to is if you look at this vehicle and the difference in position, and if you had four people enter this vehicle, all with different previous experiences, some from being very, very knowledgeable, so that would be the driver, and someone who's never seen a car before, like an Aborigine, and so you go in there and you can definitely predict different reactions to the movement in the position, right? One would be probably very shocked, and the other one would be, I'm just happy to be cruising along. And then, of course, just to add a little cherry on top of the sundae, turn on the radio and listen to the music. So if you've never been in a car before, you've never heard the radio on either. So that would be a double whammy. Yeah, so it's what we become accustomed to. How fast do we adapt? So a lot of us have this resistance to this adaptation. But the fact of the matter is that we got here. That's undeniable. So the difference between what I'm talking about, which is undeniable, and the difference between the hesitancy, which is the deniable, is our dilemma. Do we want to reject the new technology because we're supposedly comfortable? But are we comfortable? If you don't know any better, well, then you have nothing to compare it to. But as soon as you find that, wait a second, there's a difference between peace and prosperity, and war and hunger. So you now have an opportunity to make a choice. And we have additional opportunities for additional choices. That has to do with the difference in transmission. So we have to understand what transmission is all about. So when we talk about transmission, we talk about frequencies. What station are you tuned in? Well, I'm tuned to this station with this frequency. Okay. Is that the difference in position? Or are you turning a knob? Are you changing the channel? Are you changing the frequency? And so now it's at a different frequency, it's a different station. You are the operator, you're the constant. So the frequency changes, the station changes, but you, the radio operator, are constant. We have to translate this activity into what we're doing with the plasma science. And of course, there's a lot of people who are in opposition to this. And the question is, why? Because the benefit is everywhere. So why would you limit that benefit? If it only limits everybody, but it limits everybody in a different way. So there's a philosophy out there where if I have $40 and you have $20, if I can spend $20 to neutralize your $20, where with the $40 I'm rich and with the $20 you're rich, I take away your $20 and I end up with 20, I'm still rich. You're poor. And that's the self-serving attitude that we have. But that's not the way transmission works, because all the ones who went into the car, whether they're experienced or not, end up moving with the car and they're able to change their position. So we have differences in understanding, differences in the utilization of our intellect. And we have to be truthful.
All right, if I may, Alex, I'd like to share the screen. I see that Raphael has put something in here in the chat of the Telegram, so everyone can see it in the as they go. And I'll just read the text. Each language group has the opportunity to organize a funding at special conditions for one or a maximum of 3 knowledge seekers of their community, depending on the amount of funds raised, to attend the 3rd Plasma Space Traveler Seminar to be held in Sanya, Henan, China on the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th of March. The group should pool funds to cover accommodation and shared room for €375 plus flight tickets, in which case the admission fee will be waived by the Keshe Foundation, making a budget of around €1,875, depending on where you fly from, and hold a random draw or vote to decide who should receive the funds. We encourage the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers of all language groups to join forces to together reach this greater goal, to see the beginning of the new dimension of science and technology and the beginning of the change. So you'll see that all in your telegrams. I'm sure it was put everywhere. Go ahead, you can take the screen back, Alex, if you would. Thank you. Thought we'd just make that announcement.
Okay, well,
Oh, it's easy as pie. There we go. Just waiting for it to populate, and it's now populated.
okay, great.
Mark, I'd like to read an email I just got.
Perfect.
I sent a person some Keshe information, and this was his reply. It just dawned on me. I've gone through the rabbit holes and back again. I spent all that time reading and researching about what others did instead of finding out for myself. I can read that some guy burnt his hand by touching the stove and make that be the deciding factor in making sure I didn't do the same, or I can turn the stove on and find out just how hot it is for myself. I not only gained the knowledge firsthand, but I also gained a life experience that will be stored in my memories. I'm not saying find everything out the hard way, but why do we spend so much time reading and watching what others do instead of doing them ourselves? Something to consider.
Right.
What a great point, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't readily commit ourselves many times. We want to learn from others' mistakes and the rest of it. But yes, I think we're going to be put in that deep end of the pool, or maybe the middle end of the pool, middle part of the pool, and see what you experience. And it's going to be an automatic, it sounds like. You're in that environment of, let's say we put you into a hyperbaric oxygen chamber. Everyone receives more oxygen when they go in there. Don't, Randy, you've probably may have used those.
I've used a flotation tank,
Okay.
but not a hyperbaric chamber. And the flotation tanks was pretty wild experience because, you know, there's no sight, there's no sound, there's nothing but silence.
Yeah.
And you're laying in, you know, water with 900 pounds of Epsom salts. And after you quiet the mind down and you spend a little bit of time in there, and then when I came out, I said, wow, what an experience for only 15 minutes. And the lady said, what do you mean 15 minutes? You've been in there 2 hours.
That sounds unbelievable, Randy. That
But
you
it is
couldn't you couldn't tell the difference between 15 minutes and 2
Nope,
hours?
nope,
Oh,
because
wow.
remember, in there you have there's nothing to feed you. There's
Sensory
no
deprivation.
exactly.
Mark, don't you get the same feeling on our monthly sessions?
No, no, I'm
Oh,
pretty aware.
Oh no, I've experienced time loss.
Oh, okay, yeah, I could say that as well at some points of it, yup. But overall, I'm pretty aware, I think, of what's going on. Maybe I have fallen asleep, no question about it, whether it was the system doing it or just me, or I absorb certain energies. Again, he's controlling all the energies in the background. And sometimes I think it's an individual process, depending on what they see or sense is happening to that individual. Or what you need may be not what I need, or what they want to test on you may not be what they want to test on me. Don't forget, the system is being perfected. So whatever experience you have may not be exactly what I experienced, because as he said, we control all the energies in the background. Now,
Okay, wait.
go ahead.
Okay, they control, yes, but they also monitor each of us collectively and individually. All right, so at one point or another, if we were to, shall we say, transcend an energy level, it's very important in these sessions that we all do it together, collectively. That the way these sessions are designed at this point in time, that one person can be disruptive. So, if someone were to, do that willingly, so in other words, to sabotage the whole thing, it would really be stupid, first of all, and of course it would be very rude. But because we can monitor them individually, that person can be flushed out very quickly and actually removed from the system. But we haven't had to do that, which is very, very good, because what we're talking about is the interaction of the soul with the truth. So we have succeeded 100% in achieving this. That's a phenomenal achievement.
Right, but the explanation, how you come to stand still, how you as scientists, as knowledge seekers will come to be, to change, to understand and go through the next step, to the next understanding, to the totality of the system. One day we'll explain to you in details how your souls have interacted, how your souls shown, and what they showed, and how they showed, and in what dimension of physicality we see. So maybe one day we'll understand a little bit more about it.
Well, remember that we are all unique, and we all can come about it, through our own unique pathway. Okay, let's go back to this part here. What I am alluding to is there is no such thing as one and the same energy. And why is that? Because in the process of motion, there's an emission and absorption. So if you're in one position, you have absorbed the energy that it took to get you into that position. in order for you to move, you would have to emit energy and absorb energy to get into the next position, whatever that position is. And the energy that constitutes a charge is different.
Even in the GANS cup, each GANS is slightly different from the next, isn't it? There's not two
Exactly.
exactly the same, but he says collectively it's one GANS.
Right, right. We're all humanity. So if we were to distill that thought down to say, let's say something like twins. The twins would be born and, you say at the same time, right? But there's always the question, well, which one was first? And by how much? So they generally have to be minutes apart, right? Do you agree? Oh, what happened, Mark? Are you there?
Yeah, I just stepped away.
Oh, sorry. I was having a conversation with you. I guess I was talking to your twin.
No, you were saying about twins and which one was first. I heard that.
And wouldn't you agree that they would be minutes apart?
I haven't studied that, but obviously it appears one has to come before the other, or the other
Right.
has to come before the other one. I
So
don't think
during
they
that
both
minute,
appear simultaneously.
well, but during that minute or the minutes apart, the Earth has moved, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
So
It's a
it's
different position
impossible,
of the sun, the moon, the earth, the universe, and the rest of it.
which affects the manifestation of the physicality. So the cause of the manifestation of the physicality is different from one as it is from the other. Now, granted, it's a minuscule difference, but it's still a difference. So there's no such thing as one and the same energy at two adjacent increments of time. Back to you.
Right. That's why there can't be a thing as reincarnation, because you'd have to have the position of the universe, the sun, the earth, the moon, and all the rest of it to replicate that exact time, to create that exact situation. And that's an impossibility, isn't it?
See, I've never considered that, and you've just made a bold statement based on your intellect, and I agree.
No, I heard that from Mr. Keshe. I just absorbed it from him. That's why he said the reincarnation is an impossibility, because you'd have to have the fields in the mother's womb the same, the moon in the same position, the earth in the same position, sun, universe, galaxy. It's an impossibility to create that same condition. You couldn't replicate it. So
Okay,
that's
so
why we understand reincarnation is not possible. Transmutation is the possibility.
still, Mark, I must insist that your intelligence, your intellect, brought these two thoughts together. Because we were talking about one thing here with respect to twins, and now you've embellished the conversation by introducing the concept that Mr. Keshe presented with respect to reincarnation.
Right, because before, I wanted to be able to explain to someone in a reasonable way why reincarnation was an impossibility.
Well, you see, you've just taught me something, though. This is why being a teacher is so important, because a teacher is the best student. and you've taught me something.
Well, that's a first.
No, Mark.
We're just having fun.
No. You're so humble. No, it's just a recognition of how things work out. And so, when we look at these statements, what Herman Wheel has been trying to say is a summary concept of hours and hours of thought that has gone prior to that. So this becomes a manifestation of a concept. And so when he says this, and you say, well, how is that possible? And what does it mean? So he tells you that only a definite portion of matter, that twin, occupies a definite space, that twin, at a definite moment of time. I'm first, you're second. And so there's no such thing as one and the same. And this is the embodiment of the principles of flow and connection. So the connection is from here to there, and the flow is you get into your car and you go somewhere. And so the principles of going somewhere involves cycles and frequency. Thank you so much for allowing me to present today. I really appreciate the continued opportunity. Over to you, Mark.
Yes, like to hear from anyone else who has a thought, a comment, or anything else. How come the wrong people with the wrong ideas always get the front and center position, Alex, in our chain of history on this planet? You know what I mean? How is that possible that the correct knowledge has never been floated to the top and appreciated? And it's always seems the wrong ideas, the wrong understandings always get pushed to the front, and the real understanding is left in the back room somewhere or in a museum they don't want to show you.
Well, we discussed that already earlier in this meeting. We see the luxurious trim in the hotel, and we tear it down to build a campfire. So this is the delay in consequences that we can have in the terms of physicality. And what we need to realize is that physicality is a gift, and it's a special gift. And so I think it is a skill that we have acquired. And so there's been a strong hint, and you covered that in the preamble, where with the new sessions that we're introducing now in February, we are going to connect with a whole different perspective. And so we've never had that perspective, and we are going to be confronted with it, and we're going to have to deal with it. It's not going to be something that we can ignore. So we have been presented, as far as Earth space is concerned, as saying that we are superior on Earth, but then we turned that over and said, oh well, the aliens in space are superior. Well, this is open to debate, and who's going to debate that? And so most of us are not in any position to even contemplate that. So that's changing now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So,
always thought they were obviously superior, but Mr. Keshe said we're really, humanity and the ones in the UFOs are really in the same position, trying to find the mother or get back to the creator. Even though in the area of knowledge, we couldn't hold the door for them. But again, what did he say? The knowledge and the intellect. So in the area of knowledge, they're far superior than us. But in the getting back to finding the soul, we're both in the same position. They have a lot to teach us, and I think we'll have a lot to teach them.
yeah, the difference being that we're in the physicality. And so we are physically dominant. And what we have to do is use our intellect gather our knowledge and use our intellect to understand the truth of what we're looking at. Let's say, for instance, if you're looking at, the two dimensions of the flat Earth, right? And then if you want to graph that, so you have your x-axis and your y-axis, but what happens if you look at the Earth from the side point of view? It's not very flat, is it? Because we have mountains and we have valleys. So, something's missing from this.
That's a good point to raise with the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, so, the explanation breaks down. How high is high and how deep is deep. And, if the Earth is flat, then how can it have mountains and valleys? So, let's understand that we have a limitation in this picture. Something's missing. And it isn't just knowledge, because we obviously have, other examples which are, far more effective in demonstrating the reality than this type of graph here.
Yes, I think someday we'll all present it the way Mr. Keshe presents it, if we carry on with it, without making assumptions, without filling in things we don't understand with things we don't understand, even though we want to try to sound like we understand it. I'm not at that point yet.
Well, neither am I, and I'm not even trying to say that I understand it all. But the fact of the matter is, we have to identify what we don't understand and kind of identify the limitation in our understanding. Because within that limitation, we have no hope of understanding. That's a fact of the limitation. So we have to transcend that limitation.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, so when we're talking about cycles and frequency, those are the limitations of physicality.
I asked Mr. Keshe, go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, that's what I'm trying to describe. So there are questions we can't answer, but there are questions we can answer and be definite about that answer. Not say, oh, well, I'm not sure, I don't know. No, we have to be sure. We have to know that cycles and frequency have to do with the physicality. But, where did these things come from? That's the question. So now we have the question that points us in the right direction and seeking the answers. Go ahead, Mark. Thank you.
No, it was a couple years ago or more. I was thinking we could be in two different positions simultaneously. And I asked Mr. Keshe, could we be in two positions at the same time? He said, oh, no. He said, that's reserved for the creator. And now we know who the creator is, don't we? So at that point in time and place, he said, no, but I was thinking we could. But yet at the same time, when I heard his answers, I said, well, I guess we can't. But now we know the creator transmuted into us. Again, a different strength, a different amount. But we can be in two positions simultaneously. If you believe or understand you are the creator, you could probably be in 1,000 positions simultaneously. Misty says astral projection. Randy says in the chat, a very famous quote by Enzo Ferrari. Two objects cannot occupy the same point in space at the same moment in time. It is backward motion that drives a car forward. The corner races at you. You have perhaps a crisis of identity. Am I a sportsman or a competitor? If you get into one of my cars, you get in it to win. He said this in 1957. I remember that fellow that played with vortexes and things. What was his name? Schauberger, I think. He said the fish doesn't swim, it is swam. The bird doesn't fly, it is flown. So those are a couple interesting concepts to think about.
Well,
But
maybe
yes.
Victor from the other realms be watching what this fish is doing. Mr. Keshe is going to be showing. Now, that quote that Enzo said, he was explaining physics to his 6-year-old son with his hands, just explaining to him, because Papa, we have to win the race. That's what he said in the movie that was just released a couple of days ago. So they showed him talking to his son with his hands in the air, explaining that. So it was quite a magical moment when you understand that back in the 50s and things, there was no computers. The only thing they had was their knowledge of what they had at the time. And it was amazing to see what these guys created with just craftsmanship, all done by hand, no computers, no slide rules even. They just drew everything by hand on paper, and then he would draw things, he'd take it to the engineers, and the engineers would build it. So where are we today? Computers. But people keep forgetting that it took a human brain to invent the computer and to program the computer. And Mr. Keshe, with his technology, is taking us to a whole new different level.
Absolutely. And even some of this technology, I do believe it was gifted to humanity. Many times we think we've done a lot of it. Maybe Tesla has, and so on and so forth. But I think most of it was gifted, as we see with the Yellow Emperor in China and the stories behind all that, where they actually brought more gifts of understanding, I think, of agriculture, government, farming, the rest of it, city organizations, health treatments. These were gifts. And then, of course, we developed them along the way. But that's an interesting part of that quote, Randy, where he said, the corner races at you. Well, how could a corner race at you when it's fixed in a fixed position? So yeah, a lot of these things seem anomalous, but there's a deeper understanding. And again, I just thought that was very interesting. The corner races at you. Okay, anyone else would like to contribute or share an experience in the flight system? Or he says he's taken out that dimension of physicality interacting with the system or interactions. It's going more into the field level. And this is where the soul probably feels the most comfortable, where it can be free and confirm its existence. And it wants to be free to confirm its existence. And we're going to have new discoveries, new understandings coming out of these systems. And I remember him saying, when you go into the universe, you can actually gather enough of these energies, and maybe this is what's happening to the fish, that you wouldn't have to eat for 1,000 years if that was, I mean, you could still eat if you have a desire to feed in the matter state, or you go out into the universe and you can bring yourself a change of condition in your wellness patterns if you want to. Some people will want to, he said, hold on to them because they get a lot of attention. Every time you see, so, oh, how's your shoulder? You've been telling me all your shoulder's always paining you. Yeah, it's still bothering me. You know, I went to the doctor, we tried this, it's not working. And so you get a lot of attention from holding on to some of these conditions. And even though most people would say, no, nobody wants to be sick. Nobody wants to be unhealthy. Contraire, my friend. It's not the way the reality, I think, is. Okay, someone else would like to bring up something or express an idea, a thought, a comment? An understanding? Your understanding of something. If not, no problem. We'll continue. Thank you, Alex, and thank you, everyone. Let me just share the screen if I could. I think we're going to play Lisa's new tomorrow video. But first, I'd like to thank everyone for being here, and just to state, may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. And I think we're all making a difference, and we're going to make a bigger difference as we move more deeper into this understanding of this technology and science and ourselves, to be able to explain it without fault in a way to the others, with a really clear understanding, or even perhaps transfer it directly from our soul to their soul. And we want to thank you all for being part of this process. Again, you're a unique group of knowledge seekers, but it will expand. More and more will come in, and we'll see it. We're part of it. So this is a beautiful thing. Also, to remind you again about the transmutation preparation sessions, if you like to go that way, these are available and open to everyone. And so if no one has anything else they'd like to bring or share at this point in time, we will play Lisa's video of a new tomorrow, which again, this is as Mr. Keshe says in this video, it's a gift from the creator in a way, that all the created beings will be able to transit between the two dimensions of energy and the dimension of Mitra. And then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will close. So, anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Alex. And again, thanks to everyone who's bringing this change. And again, you're almost like a light in the wilderness. So many people, you start, even knowledge seekers, he said in this last thing, they don't want to be around Mr. Keshe talking about the soul. It doesn't seem to trigger with them, so they don't like it. And he said, we're sorry, but that's the only word we can come up with for it. But we're going to come up with a lot of new words for these emotions and create some of these new understandings and new words. Again, never have people experience some of these things. So this will help the people in the physicality to understand more. So we're just, in a way, breaking ground, forebearers in a way. It's not as easy maybe as the ones who will come later, but this is part of the process. So again, you're all here by the direction of your soul and not so much your physicality. Okay, so let's play this beautiful video from Lisa and Jim. And then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other comments, thoughts, questions, comments? Okay. Misty says, okay, let me just go to the next message. Okay, Alex says, thank you all. Thank you, Misty, for adding to the chat. We're all adding and as he says, we're all carrying a little corner of this very, very large carpet or understanding. So we're learning from each other, we're sharing with each other, and he said it would take more than all of us on this planet to unravel this knowledge. So I think this is where in the future the universal community will get involved with us and show us some of their understandings as we start to show them some of our understandings. Thank you all again for being here today and supporting all the different teachings and groups around the Keshe Foundation and around the planet. it's for a bigger dimension of work, which is continuing to come and get closer to happening as the Chinese announce some of this technology coming into the market, and then they certainly have the power to deliver it and massively put it into the marketplace. But it's all about timing. The timing has to be right, and it'll be delivered right on time. So no worries and no frustrations. Thank you all for joining us today and being here. And let's conclude.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with a new field, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be encaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in this. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of my listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.